At this time, we'll begin the 23-24 Blount County Government Budget Presentation. Before we get started, I just want to say thank you to the Accounting and Finance Department and all the elected officials and every department head that's worked diligently putting this budget together. This is a long, drawn-out effort that everybody puts a lot of time and thought into on presenting their budgets. We've been very, very blessed in this county that we have elected officials and department heads and employees that want to make sure that the citizens get the very best bang for their buck. And I without a doubt would say we're as conservative in our spending as any government entity in the United States of America. I think our budget shows that, our fund balance, the way we've been able to pay down our debt. I do want to say thank you to every one of these people that have been involved. We had another year of no findings on our audit, which has been amazing. Talking with the day before yesterday, talking with the comptroller office and his staff, they were very complimentary on what we've been able to do here in Blount County government, and it is a true team effort. Starting with our elected officials and our department heads and our employees and our finance and accounting department, which I think is absolutely superstars and outstanding. I talked with a group from this week. I was telling some of them about it that had one of the school groups in this week and explaining to them what happens in this horseshoe and what we do in government, and all I can hope for is that the young people and will take an interest and will become engaged in their government, because obviously the adults, from voter turnout to apathy to not knowing who their elected officials are or anything, is sometimes very disappointing, and especially when you put in as many hours and do as much as we do to try to do the right thing every day. But that being said, you can see we've had a huge turnout today with the public's interest in what we're doing, even though we're talking about passing a $250 million budget. We have no one from the public here to have any input, and I don't mean to be critical, but I just wish that our community would take more of an interest in what's happening at their as much of an interest in the local level as they do in their in the national and state level. But that being said, once again, I do want to say thank you to everyone who's worked very hard. It seems like just about the time we get finished doing the budget, it's time to start a budget. It's a never-ending process, and there's a lot of work that goes into it, and we're very blessed to have very, very competent and hard-working people in this county that do an amazing job. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Brian Baldwin to do the introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to echo for the committee what the mayor said. What I believe you'll hear a lot today and next week are themes around fiscal responsibility, financial strength, countywide and impactful projects, as well as stewardship and efficiencies. Mayor already mentioned fund balances and reducing the debt. I just wanted to call out that when we start this next fiscal year, our debt will be down below 120 million. It'll be down just around 119. We'll maintain our credit ratings, and the mayor mentioned the clean audits and the team effort that goes into those. One of the other funding sources you've heard a lot about is the American Rescue Plan Act funds, or the ARPA funds as we call them. The planned use for those funds and the status, those projects are moving forward. So we have utility projects, and I'm not going to go through each one, but the theme of those projects are really around secondary water sources, interconnectedness, or fixing failed well systems, or helping to remedy failed well systems. So you have a really big investment countywide on utility projects. And then you have an Eagleton Village Sports Complex redesign, and I'm going to show you a picture real quick. And that redesign is really about providing for Little League fields, providing for the community, as well as the Eagleton College Career Academy, high school baseball and high school softball fields. So what you're looking at there on the far left are the two high school fields. That grouping in the middle are the Little League fields. And the far right is the current park expanded a little bit. And that portion of the park is pending available funds, but the plan is to get the final design and drawings on those this fiscal year, put them out to bid, and be ready to start construction sometime early next fiscal year, July, August. So that project is moving forward, and you'll start to hear a lot more about that through the next fiscal year. Some of the other efforts that we have been undertaking are around policies and procedures. It sounds real exciting, and it's not. The fiscal policies, purchasing policies, so much hinges on our compliance and maintaining the rules and procedures we need to maintain. That's an important effort. We've talked in the past about the compensation classification study. Just to give you an update on that study has turned out to be quite extensive, ranging from job descriptions and benefit reviews to pay grades to market analysis. It's taken longer than expected, but it's coming along. We're hoping to have a draft report here potentially in the next week or so. And once that hits, we'll have a better sense for this committee what that looks like as far as the cost and implementation cost of that study. So we don't have that today, I apologize, but we will have that shortly. And then the last thing on there is implementation of HR software. Really, as more things move to the cloud, we are able to enhance our securities and really take advantage of newer software technology. Last year, we spent some time talking about capital planning and our planned efforts in that. We have completed a lot of that work. It's going to be an ongoing effort, but we've completed building that foundation. So now we're able to track the assets in our software, in our accounting software. It's really helped us with audit compliance. It's going to help us this year with budgeting, and hopefully you'll see some of that. And then another software evaluation, just an opportunity to make sure we are using the best practices in everything that we do here in county government. What you'll see for the budget requests for this coming year, the salary obviously pending that compensation study we talked about, but we'll work through that in coming days. But benefits, the health insurance, there's no plan change to employee contributions for either health or dental. If there are any unforeseen claim increases, those will be funded with the health fund balance. And just as a reminder, we do partner with a third party and actuarials who do a lot of detailed work at forecasting our claims out. So we're feeling pretty comfortable. We're not feeling like that's we're shorting ourselves there. We do believe that's where our claims will be similar to where they're currently at. So the other thing you'll see in a lot of these presentations, the operational increases have changed. You hear about the price of everything increasing. Well, gas and diesel, depending on the department, has gone up between 15 and 25%. Supplies and materials, whether that's dog food or things that they need over in the jail, those have gone up 15 to 20%. And utilities on average have gone up about 10%. Some preliminary look at where we're at sitting, very similar budgeted expenses in our current year to what we're projecting into next year, and that's without the salary and benefit increases, so that number will change, but just wanted to let you see where it sits today. And then the fund balances that the mayor talked about, I just wanted to list those out for your future reference, should that be of interest to you. But you know, they are healthy fund balances. They are fund balances that allow us to do some things as a county to make key investments, and not to you know, do any knee-jerk reactions. We get to be thoughtful, and we get to be financially strong in our decision making. With that, your budget binder, there's no different really from last year. You have the first section with this little bit of information, and then each department has a section, and then there's some backup documents in the back. But if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Carrie or I, or just ask us. I just quickly wanted to say thank you to this committee. Thank you for your time. I know that today and next Friday and the coming meetings are going to be quite an investment. I really appreciate that. All the presenters and their staff, we've worked with a lot of different staffs across the last couple of months, and everyone has been really accommodating, really easy to work with. The accounting team, this was not a 1, 2, or 3 person show. This was a team effort, so I appreciate everything that they put into it, and especially Carrie. I just want to recognize she's taken the lead on a lot of this effort, and I can't tell you how much how well that's gone and how much we appreciate her. So just thank you to everybody. And with that, Mayor, I'll take any questions or ready to move forward.
Thank you, Brian. First up is County Trustee. And when I saw Scott this morning with a sport coat on, I knew it was a big day. So you look good.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Scott Graves, as the mayor said, and I'm the county trustee. And most of you that's been around a minute knows what my office does and what I do and who I am, but we'll go over some of that. As I said, I'm Scott Graves. I've got a master's degree in business and about 30 years of experience in finance, accounting, and management. And that part's important because that's what the trustee's office does. We concentrate on finance, accounting, and management for the county. So the next thing on the slide that you see is our office manages we collect and account for over $200 million annually in state, federal, and local funds. And we manage the investment of temporarily idle funds through local bank accounts, CDs, and other insured investments. And I supervise the cash flow for the county as well through fund accounting and bank accounts. Our revenue sources here at the county, which is important to my office because this is what we bring in. The main sources, the primary sources are property tax, local option sales tax, business tax, state revenue, which is primarily state funds that they send for K through 12 education, federal dollars that we get for primarily special education and vocational education. And we get some local fines and fees from the other fee offices, court, probation, planning, etc. So these are the funds that make up most of the revenue sources in our budget. Just a little bit about my office and that I try to be conservative. Our office has actually reduced its size as far as man hours go in the last 20 years or so. So I wanted to give you a workload comparison so that you could see that our workload has increased, but our size of our office has decreased a little. And our property tax parcels, basically property tax takes up the most time for my office. It's easy to collect money that the state sends and they put it in our bank account a few times a year, but property tax, we have about 75,000 parcels. And so we basically have about 75,000 customers that come in or pay over the internet or pay at banks or wherever they would like to pay that's convenient for them. So in 2000, we had just under 60,000 parcels. In the 22 years, we've increased that by about 25% to 74,500. Tax freeze participants, tax freeze started in 2007. So in 2000, we didn't have any customers for tax freeze. And now we've got about 1,700, somewhere between there and 2,000. Tax relief participants, which is the rebate program that the state has, and we have to help folks with their application process. In 2000, we had about 700, and now we have about 2,400 or so people on the tax relief program. So our workload has definitely increased, and also to pay for our office, we're a fee office like some of the others you'll hear from this morning, and we're designed to collect fees to offset our budget. And as you can see, our fees have increased a little over $2.2 million in the last 20 years. And so we definitely bring in enough trustee fees to cover our budget, and that's the way it's designed. So even though the workload has increased, our office staff has not increased due to process improvements, training, better technology, and employee retention. Most of my employees have been with the trustee office for several years. We had 6 full-time employees in 2000, and happy to say that we don't need any more. We still have 6 for this upcoming budget request, and we even share an employee with the county clerk's office in the summer to help them out with their vacation schedules and workload in the summer. And part-time employee hours, this is where we shrank the most. We had about 1,800 employee hours for part-time people, seasonal, whatever you want to call it, back in 2000, and it's less than 100 hours now. So hopefully we've done a decent job in being conservative and trying not to increase the size of our office. So looking at our budget request, as far as the operational accounts, the 300s and the 400s, they're very, very similar to last year. There's a couple of small changes, a few $1,000s, but certainly our trustee fees are set to increase by about $200,000 for next year. So we can bring in the revenue, certainly that would more than cover that. But with the inflation, postage as an example, when we send out tax notices and things like that, the postage increases have been significant over the last 3 years or so. So that's finally caught up with us, and we need a little bit of extra money in there. So if there's any other questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Yes. Hi, Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
2 questions,
Yes.
if you don't mind. The first one being, have none of your employees had a raise in the last year or so?
Yes, we're part of the salary schedule just like everyone else. So whatever the salary schedule says that they make, that's what they make. And I think there was an improvement this fiscal year that we're in right now. The county commission funded an improvement, I think 2 steps or 3 steps, something like that. So yes,
Okay.
they've had the same increases that the other county employees have had.
So it's already reflected here.
So to explain, I think Brian might need to explain the salaries that they're related to the salary study that hasn't finished yet.
Yeah, so the salaries what we did was we took current salary budgets and just moved them into the current year until we have the final cost of implementing the compensation study. So you won't see an increase. There are a couple of places you might see increases if you have a person work a few more hours or a person work a few fewer hours. You might see some of those changes we knew about, but by and large, the salary changes won't come into effect until we have some further meetings once we get the compensation study back.
we're expecting that when, do you know?
Well, we hope to have a draft report sometime next week. That's what we're pushing for, so that we can kind of inform this process.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Second question is, how much of your workload is being accomplished or can be accomplished via online processes? You know, payment of taxes and other things that people walk into your office to do that a person has to handle. How much of that can be done online currently? And is there anything that we've missed that can be done online in the future?
So to try to steer people away from the courthouse, I'll just speak it to property tax. We have several banks in the county that help us collect property taxes so they can pay at the bank. They can also pay online. There's a phone number they can call to pay as well. And those numbers have certainly increased, the online payments and the payments that we don't actually have to touch from beginning to end physically here in the courthouse. Those types of payments have increased over the last, since COVID. Those have gone up significantly.
Are there any other processes that can be automated?
We are always searching for better processes, and as I said about the workload, it's certainly increased, and there's more to do, more folks to see, and we have been able to maintain the same staff. So I do feel like that we've done a decent job in taking advantage of process improvements and trying constantly to do things more efficiently. Steer people toward those online things like you were talking about without eroding the internal controls that we have set up to try to protect the county's assets.
No judgments or criticisms, just asking.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Any other questions for the trustee? I do want to say, Scott, how much I appreciate, on behalf of the finance department and our accounting department, how close we work together, and the relationship is amazing. And it's kind of a meshing. If we're not working together, then we're working against ourselves. And I think it's very special that the relationship that your office has with our finance and accounting office, and how well we all work together. But I think it says a lot about who you are, and I really appreciate all the work that you and your department does in making sure all of this works to the best interest of the people of this community. So thank you very much for that in your department. If there's no other questions, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Next elected official up, Ms. Gay Hasty, our county clerk.
Good morning, and thank you all so much for being here and taking time out of your schedules and your work days to be here to assist us with this adventure. Okay, what we do. I think most of you are familiar with all the processes that our office transacts. Vehicle registrations, boat and watercraft, we issue marriage license, business license, collect hotel motel taxes, we collect wholesale beer taxes, and we also process applications for beer permits, notary publics, and passports. And then I serve as the clerk of the legislative body, preparing the agendas, processing the minutes after the meeting, keeping the meeting calendar, and communication with the local state representatives. 2022-23 accomplishments. I joked with Carrie and I said, we survived. We successfully issued over 137,000 new TriStar plates. What made this such an overwhelming task is that it's the first statewide release of new metal since 2006. That translated into 1,375 boxes of license plates that weigh 25 pounds a box. I feel like I handled at least 1,000 of those boxes. They don't move themselves, and we finally got the state on cycle with sending those directly to the mall office. Now, up until that point, we were putting those in the back of my vehicle and taking those back and forth. So it has been an adventurous year. We also completed 194,995 vehicle transactions. We just couldn't get that 5 more to make it 195,000. Due to the retirement of 2 of our longtime employees, we transitioned to a new counter clerk supervisor and a new mall supervisor, and promoted some other very deserving employees. Retirements are hard, but there's also some positives that always come out of those things. You know, you can kind of, new blood is always good. And some of our younger people really stepped up, newer employees stepped up and wanted to accept the challenge of, you know, filling these roles. So I have a wonderful staff right now, and they work as a team. They want to succeed, and they do a great job with serving the citizens of Blount County. And I can't stress enough to them that our office is the face of Blount County government. You have to come to our office at one time or another for something. You know, you may try to take advantage of our online programs, but everything can't be done online. And so we're making still a lot of face-to-face contact, and I feel like that people do go away with a good feeling. Passports are booming. If you have been in our lobby lately, the crowds have shifted from the mayor's side of the hallway down to the far side next to 321. Last year, in the first 3 months of 2022, we processed 513 passport applications. That does not count the renewals. That is just the brand new passports. When it comes to renewal, all we do is just kind of certify the work that they have filled out. Usually we take a photo. People will come there and at least we make the $12 for the picture that we've made for their passport. But so far, the first 3 months of 2023, as of yesterday, we had processed 985 passport applications. We still have a week left of March, and I can tell you that we will hit the double today. We will have at least 28 people come into our office today to get passport applications. And by the time next week is over, we will far, more than double that number that we did last year, the first 3 months. We had to pretty much make adjustments in our staffing for passports because, we've always had one person doing passports and then one person who could do, the backup if that person were on vacation or whatever. And then I learned from day one, you have a backup for the backup because, things can happen. Right now, we are working 2 people every 15 minutes with passport appointments. So we schedule them in 15-minute blocks, and we are filling those blocks, not only with Blount County people, but Knox County, Sevier County, Madisonville. They're coming from everywhere to Blount County. I hope that it's because we do such a good job, but and I feel like that a lot of that is we've felt the frustration for people coming from some of the other counties, and they're very pleased with the customer service that they get in our office. If you come by our office, sometimes it looks like here lately that we're either running an after-school program or daycare. We have so many children that, they have to be with the parents, and we do their photos and all that stuff. So it has been a challenge having that many people coming in and out and the photo process and all of that. But we have made some minor adjustments in how we get people back and forth and take care of their needs. Another thing, they're all in a panic because they've waited too late. So we're having to expedite those passports. So we're making 2 trips to the post office a day now because they have tightened up the guidelines. We cannot put those passports in our mail for the mail service to pick up. We cannot put them in the blue box out at the front of the courthouse. We have to hand them to the mailman at the post office. They are, I guess, in fear of identity theft, or someone's going to steal those packages out of the mailbox or out of the mail truck or whatever. But anyway, that has put a little bit of an extra workload on us too, having to do that. We are in the process. Justin has helped us. We will be doing passport appointments online. That is going to start, right now our passports are booked until April the 10th. So we're excited about being able to offer that as an online service with our other services, because the phone calls are just astronomical for people wanting to set up appointments with us. So we will be getting that pushed out in the next week or so, and we are really excited about having that available for people to be able to go in and schedule their own appointments instead of calling and calling and calling. And it's just been a mess, to say the least. But I feel like that, I'm pretty excited about the revenues that we've been able to bring in as a result of the passports. They are $35 each that the county gets to keep for that. So, and then we charge $12 for the photos. So, that is very little cost to us right now too. So we're excited about those things. We have also worked with IT to get on a regular schedule of replacing computer equipment in the office. So that is coming up this year. We're starting to try to get on a schedule. Unfortunately, this first year is going to hurt a little bit more because we have 8 workstations that we need to replace. So some of my reserve account will be used for that, before the end of the year. So we are trying to get on a cycle of replacing equipment on a regular basis and not having to replace 20 workstations in 1 year. So hopefully we can spread that out over a 3 to 4 year period of time and, kind of spread that money out a little bit more. We also, last year, as a result of legislative action, starting July 1st, we were able to pass a law that we now get $3 per title that we print. So they increased that title fee. So we're getting additional fees for titles, and those funds can be used for whatever needs that we have. If we need to add employees, if we need to purchase equipment or buildings or furniture or whatever, or lease space for another office area somewhere, then those funds can be used for that. So any questions about county clerk budget before I move on to?
Does anyone have any questions for?
Didn't have any changes. We decreased our postage a little bit because we will not be mailing those license plates like we did the past budget year. So we have decreased that a little bit. We still have to keep a pretty large amount in there because we do so many online renewals now, but that's kind of a revenue neutral thing because we collect extra for those online renewals. They have to pay that postage fee. So that's kind of a wash.
Any questions for Gay? I just want to say that I see it every day, and even with the technology, and even with the technology Scott and you and some of the other office holders have done, people still want to come to the courthouse. And that lobby, the area, the holding area out there in front of Gay's office, at times, you can't even hardly get to the elevator. I mean, it's just absolutely packed. People, the front, and it's more times it's that way than it's not. But it's just been amazing to me how much traffic comes in and out of this courthouse on a day-to-day basis. It's just amazing, and your people do a great job when they're backed up out there, and people are almost out through the elevator, going out onto the porch there because they're backed up. Your people still doing them. I watch how they handle the public, do an amazing job, and it is one of the things that we probably at some point, as far as another satellite office, is something that we probably do need to be thinking about and we've talked, and Gay, you and we've all talked about this. It's just at some point we're going to have to do something, because the courthouse at times you can't even get into the courthouse because of the traffic, and a lot of it is coming to your office. People still, for whatever reason, want to be in front of someone to do transactions on their titles or tags or whatever. But I appreciate everything you and your staff do, and thank you very much. And if there's no other questions, thank you, Gay.
I'll move to the county commission real fast. Not a significant change in that. We did make a minor adjustment because the red minute books that we use, I've just been getting those with my county clerk budget. It's kind of that, and our office supplies, it's all kind of the same pot, kind of the same area. We use out of the same supplies. But those books have increased in cost so much that I thought I can't do that out of my county clerk budget, because I have to buy the minute books for beer board and notary public bonds and different things like that we have to use those red books for still. So it was less than $2,000, just a minor adjustment in the county commission budget. And we need a new scanner for the county commission minutes also. So we kind of built that into the budget for next year also. So our scanners are just really overworked. I mean, we use those, a tremendous volume of work on those scanners. So we just had just about a $2,000, I think, was what the adjustment was for county commission, not a significant amount.
So you're saying your only increase is just due to the county commission then?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
please
And
put
then
that on record if you would, please.
Please note. And then the beer board advertising, this past year, I think we were short so far, just $25 or $30, but we had a little overage in county commission right now at this point in the budget. So we just kind of shuffle those invoices around a little bit for, to pay for the advertising and public notices that we have. So anyway, we rob Peter to pay Paul sometimes, but it all works and kind of comes out of the same bucket. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gay. Next up, property assessor. Todd?
Good morning. What we do, we're responsible for keeping accurate information of real and personal property. We've got roughly 75,000 parcels. Here in Blount County, we've got a staff of 16. So our job is to map the location of each parcel. We give it a unique identifier. We appraise the property and then classify it as either residential or commercial. Residential property is assessed at 25%. Commercial property is assessed at 40% of the appraised value. The accomplishments this year, we've had a successful reappraisal. A challenging one, but a successful one. Mainly successful because it's law, we got to get to one, but it's been very challenging. We base our appraisals on sales market data, and the sales are just astronomical here in the county. Well, actually, it's regional. It's all East Tennessee. Other counties are going through reappraisals. It's astronomical of what the values are bringing. But by law, we're supposed to be at market value as of January 1, 2023. So if you were to put your property up for sale on January 1, what would that bring? That's the value that we're looking for. And if you hadn't done anything to your property previously, it's the same value as 2019. So we do go through this process every 4 years. But this one has been a fun one. It's going to get more fun in the next few months as we send notices out. We're not completely finished with it. The state has not signed off on it yet, so I don't have total numbers. But it's it'll be busy in the next few months. I think we're planning on sending notices out the end of April, 1st of May. So that's when everybody will get a notice of their new value. Other things we've accomplished this year, 3-star certification for office. We've been involved in several professional organizations, IAAO, the Tennessee chapter of the IAAO, trying to get our staff more involved in classes and conferences with other professionals. I'm really pushing that, and staff has been tremendous about going through all that. Settled some numerous appeals. When I took office, we had over 70 outstanding appeals. We're down to just a handful, which is a credit to the staff. I mean, they've worked really hard to get these appeals under control, because some of them dated back to 2015. And after this reappraisal, I'm assuming we're going to have maybe a few more. We've also made some changes to our website. Still working on our website changes. I think that's a key thing that I know we're working on a county overall website, but my page and things, I think that's something that I need to do better at, making the website, showing some of the tools. We have lots of tools in our office that the public's not aware of, for maps and different things. I mean, I'll go and talk to realtors and I'll tell them that we have some tools that for them. I mean, that's what we do, and the public doesn't know about it, and that's kind of where we're going for, is trying to get that out there, to things that we have to better serve the public. And also more goals is continuing education. We got some people actually taking some classes in July. Additional requests. I don't really have any additional requests at this time. I do appreciate this committee and the commission. In December, I came before you all and I found some software that I thought was going to help us with some commercial appeals. Brought that before the board and everything was passed. We're going to utilize that software a lot in the coming months. And so I'm continuing to look for technology and things like that. As I find things, I'll bring it before you all, the things that I think might help our office and the processes that we do. Like I said, we have 16 employees. County's continuing to grow. So we need to utilize technology to help get us through those final things. I don't have a slide for capital improvements because I don't have anything that's going to come out of my budget, but I do want to mention it. You'll be seeing something, I guess, in Dawn's presentation about capital improvements for the office. Now that the roof is fixed, we've had buckets in our ceiling tiles for a couple of years, and the maintenance staff's done a terrific job taking care of that, but water still gets in the carpet. So we need our floors replaced, and that's I've talked to Dawn and things about that. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to y'all's attention, that when he does his presentation, that, you know, remember the assessor's office on the 4th floor. We're the first one that got the from the roof, but it's fixed now, so knock on wood that everything is good. So y'all have any questions?
Is there any questions for Todd? Todd, thank you. I just want to, without saying, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate the what you've brought to that office. You've been, I'll just have to say, you've brought a real professional culture to that office that I really, and I know the people of this community appreciate. You hit the ground running, and you and your staff have all done a great job. Once again, you work very well with finance and accounting in the mayor's office and with all the other elected officials. But I just want to say how much I appreciate what you've brought to that office as a leader and as elected officials.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Register of Deeds, Mrs. Phyllis Crisp. Phyllis.
I want to thank everybody involved in this budget process also. You guys always do such a great job. But I really want to shout out to the finance department. No question is ever stupid or too big or too small. They're always there to help you, and it's, they just stop whatever they're doing to help you. So just want you to know that our finance department is in great shape. I want to thank the mayor. When you get to his budget, give him anything he wants. God love him for what all he's been through and continues to go through. So now that I've talked about all of that, let's move on. What we do. Our primary duty is records, files, maintains, and retrieves all documents relating to real property. Documents recorded in the office includes deeds, power of attorneys, trust deeds, liens, contracts, plats, leases, judgments, court orders, military discharges, restrictions, UCC records, and other types of documents. We assist the public, attorneys, realtors, title companies, inquiring about property. We collect transfer taxes and mortgage taxes. Our accomplishments is had 0 audit findings. I was reelected for the 4th term, which I'm tickled to death about that. We're wrapping up our scanning project, hopefully in June of 2023. I'm always proud of this. All of my employees were 100% a participant in United Way, and that says a lot for our office. We continue to record and process documents in a timely manner. We always tell people within 24 to 48 hours, and normally it's always the 24 hours within the 24-hour period. We did go through that last year where we were just absolutely covered up, and we were still diligently trying to get those documents out, but making sure the quality was the same, everything was correct and all that. Goals, want to continue to provide quality public service to all citizens in a professional manner, provide timely and quality processing of documents, and to protect those records for the public. That's it. No additional request. And I kind of want to tag on to what Sharon had asked about online services. We do record e-recordings now, and so that's been a big benefit to a lot of people. It's kind of a two-edged sword, because we don't get to see our customers as much, our attorneys as much as what we did. It's kind of steered them away from the courthouse, because they can do their research online, looking at our records, and then they can file online. So that's been a benefit for them. I do miss that part of the public coming in and keeping up, because, you know, they kind of keep us in tune to what's going on the attorney's end, on the legal side. We can always ask them questions and whatever. I want to say too, I've been talking with the state a lot, Cynthia Larkin, in revenue, because what some of the big organizations are doing, or property such as, I'm going to throw this out there because this was one particular one, Sonic, for instance, they own, you know, all the Sonics here in Blount County, Anderson County, Roane County, Knox County, all that. Well, I was receipting and I seen where taxes were paid in Anderson County, $47,000 in revenue fees that went to Anderson County. But I'm seeing only that a Blount County property, and I thought, now that just really ticks me off that Anderson County recorded my property and they got the revenues and I didn't. So there was a couple of more come through. So I call Anderson County and I said, I want to see what you have recorded. Was it Blount County property? I said, I know you maybe make a mistake once, but you know. Well, what they're doing is they're filing all of those in just one county, and then coming over here and just putting the Blount County property and saying the taxes was paid in Anderson County. Well, that's not right. If they want to list all the different tracts and record, because whatever you recorded in Anderson County is what you're supposed to record here. So revenue was really aggravated with that too, and they said no, you know, they shouldn't be doing that. Another cornerstone of recovery, same thing. All the tax went to the state because they filed it as a UCC at the Secretary of State, and Secretary of State's going to take anything. They don't question. So there was more revenues that I missed out on. So the importance, I think my travel is going to be up because of, we had things this year like COOP and all that we had to go to. But I want to say that our conferences mean a whole lot going to those, because you're able to share with other counties what's going on, how we need to band together to keep our counties from being cheated out of this, the revenues. But I am on that. We're going to try to all get together, discuss this, and stop these big time attorneys and title companies from doing those recordings. So I want you to know I treat it as my money. They're cheating our county. And unfortunately, we can't recoup that. You know, and Cynthia Larkin said, I'm sorry, you know, that it happens and we can't give it back to you, but we'll try in the future to stop this. So, any questions?
Does anyone have any questions for Phyllis? Well, I'll say one thing, if you're on it and you're bird dogging it, something will happen,
Let's hope.
one way or another.
Let's hope.
I've seen you work. I know how it works. Something will be done. Phyllis, thank you, and your department for everything that you do. And I tell you, we when you were out a couple of days there, we were talking. I told Gay and Todd and some of them, I said, gosh, the courthouse, it's just like the lights don't come on in the courthouse when you're not here because of it's just a great, the fact that we all just have such a camaraderie and everything, and you're such a big part of that, and everything that you do to keep us all going and always smiling, no matter what's going on in your life, and we're very blessed to have you. Thank you.
Well, and that's what I want to say too, how well all of our offices work together, how much we love and care about each other. If we're going through something, everybody's in there. That's not just us as officials, but all the employees band together to help others. It's just a unique situation. We work a lot with Todd. I think he's gone now, but we work a lot with his office back and forth, and nobody says, well, we're not supposed to do that or whatever, but they help us. We all work together. So I'm just proud to be a part of this. Special sauce, as the mayor would say.
Thank you, Phyllis. Next up, Circuit Court Clerk, Tom.
Good morning.
Morning.
I think what Phyllis is trying to say is we're still part of Mayberry here.
Yeah.
We really are. You know, all that we do and all that Blount County does and stuff, the one thing that's not left Blount County where it has a lot of places is our community. We still have a community here, and people care about people. So it's just awesome to live in a place like this. Well, let me tell you just a little bit about what we do at Circuit Court Clerk's office. We definitely have a Circuit Court Clerk's office is made up of the Circuit Civil, Circuit Criminal. We handle the grand jury, we handle jury service. We also do general session, civil, and criminal in there. We also handle all of the order protections that come through the office. And then we have an office here at the county juvenile, or at the courthouse here, our juvenile office. We have 48 employees in our office. And like I said, we have 6 separate offices that we have to maintain. In circuit court, lawsuits are over $25,000. Anything filed with $25,000 or over are filed in circuit court. Also, we have the child support, felony criminal cases, and then we do all of the destruction of evidence in court cases that's presented. Then once the case has run its time limit, we have to destroy that. We have to do an order and get with the district attorney's office. They sign off on it, then the judges. And then we go to the TBI in Knoxville, and that's where all the evidence is destroyed over there. In general sessions, lawsuits are under $25,000. It's basically what you call a small claims court. In general sessions, we handle the order protections are handled through general sessions, misdemeanor cases, and all traffic cases for all law enforcement here in the county, not just the sheriff's department, but the police departments, highway patrol, are all handled through our office there in general sessions. Of course, in juvenile court, it's child support, civil and criminal matters having to do with people that's under 18 years of age. And there's a whole bucket full of type cases that come through juvenile. We also have cost collections office that we have 3 people full-time in there. We did have a outside party helping collect, but the 3 people that we had full-time was doing a lot better job than the outside collections company. So we let them go, and we're doing everything in-house now. One thing, about 5 or 6 years ago, we were able to get the legislature to pass a bill to sort of help us with our cost collections. And that bill, what it does is anything that is 5 years or older allows us to negotiate the amount that is owed, sort of like a credit card debt where they go in and they'll let you settle that on a percentage. And we can do that now, or we have been doing that for past 5 years, but it allows us to negotiate that up to 50%. And what that has done, allowing us to do that in the last 3 years, because of this bill and what we're doing in cost collections, there has been over 1,000 people in Blount County been able to obtain a valid driver's license because of this. So that's, you know, that is a big, big plus for Blount County because of them being able to drive and not being afraid, running on the back roads or getting caught again, driving on a suspended license or, and, you know, it just stacks on them. The money just stacks up. Each time they're caught, you got court costs and fines and stuff. So that's alleviated a lot of that and put that money back into the economy. So we're very proud of what we do in cost collections. Jury service, we are one of the fortunate counties, I guess, in the state. We only have 2 weeks service on jury duty. Most places around, you have to serve 6 months or 3 months, and that are on call for that. But by doing that and being a convenience for the citizens here, the judges and I decided to do this. We send out approximately 700 jury summons a month. And so we get a lot of letters coming in and people wanting excused for different reasons and stuff. So about out of 350, we're lucky if we get 120 people to serve because of their medical excuses and other things, caregivers, or if they're students in college, if you're over 72 years of age, you can be excused from jury service now. So that has been a big plus because we do have a lot of elderly folks that in the past, and we got that bill passed last year, were having to go back to their doctors and try to get medical excuses and that for getting excused off of jury service. Our accomplishments, one of the things that I'm very proud of, and Tamara Walker has took this and run with this, and it's just been a tremendous asset for our office. We started an education program, and we have, each year we have a different number. Last year we had 6 necessary classes that they took. I call them necessary instead of mandatory. But they take those, and then the other classes that they are allowed to take, we work through with Jacqueline and them and HR with these classes, get them set up, and then with Tamara. But last year, we've had over 1,200 hours of education in our department this year. Our employees have stepped up on their own and took these classes. I'm very proud of that 1,200 hours of education. And it just helps them to be able to educate themselves where they can wait on the public and have better customer service, know more about what their job is, and they're doing that on their own. We've had 24 of our employees to earn the county administrative and professional certification. That's almost half of our employees have stepped up and been able to do that. It's certification through through CTAS. Each one had to have at least 17 hours of training to be able to accomplish that. So we're very proud of our employees for what they're doing to help themselves and to be able to help our community. Over in juvenile, we upgraded the new courtroom downstairs for Magistrate Bedefield. We put in the new recording system and stuff that is just like what's in all of our other courtrooms now. And also, that was just a room, and he had a desk and a chair there as his bench and that. So we've been able to get a bench put in there and a place for the clerk to sit and do the minutes and that. So it looks more like a real courtroom now. So I know he's very happy with that. We're in a process right now of getting an app for phones. And what this app is, it would help it create our office that would provide information to clients. If you are following us, you get that app on your phone, and that it helps the attorneys, the clients, doing business with the court systems. It also be able to make payments through this app, which is going to be, I think, a big process. People keeps them from coming to the courthouse or to the Justice Center to make payments and that. They'll be able to do it through it. We'll also be able to do push notifications for our jurors. If we've got a case that's been canceled or something, we'll be able to push that out there to them in real time. And instead of them having to call and see if they have to show up the next day, they'll be able to do that once they get the app. And on our jury summons, this information is going, once we get that going, will be out there. So each one of them will have that. And if they have a cell phone, be able to do that. But we're very proud of that, and we'll be able to put out any emergency information and stuff on that app to our employees there. If we have something going on in the building and stuff, we'll be able to do that real time with them. Some of the goals that we look at in 23-24, we want to continue encouraging our employees on education. That's something that we're really going to be pushing. We have 9 other employees that are pursuing the County Administrative Professional Certificate at this time, and we want to continue to focus on building our people up and giving them better knowledge of work that goes in different offices with our department. That's basically about our office a little bit in a nutshell. As far as additional requests this year, we have no additional request in our budget. It'll be the same as it was last year for the acceptance. As Brian said earlier, is on our pay, what the pay will be, and then if there's any increases on our insurance or benefits and that would be the only reason that we would have any increases. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions for Tom? I'll say one thing, you all handle a lot of moving parts every day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like working on a jet engine. Your staff does a great job. Your office does a great job of handling a lot of moving parts that happen every day, and it's not always with people that are happy to be working with you.
Yeah, most of the people that come in our office are not coming because they want to be. It's because they've been summoned in one way or the other. So,
but it says a lot about you and your leadership and what your department. You've got great department employees, and they do a great job. And it may not be where they want to be, but they leave there feeling like they've been served, and I think that's important. So
Mayor, thank you. And I do want to say this, what you were talking about earlier, what Phyllis was talking about. You know, I travel across the state a lot, and we do training to a lot of other counties and stuff for cost collections. They call our office to go, and Betty McKenzie and I do that a lot. But I'm going to tell you something. When you travel across the state and you hear these other elected officials and stuff talk about how they don't get along with this one or they don't get along with that, that's another thing that makes this county special, with Mayor's leadership and what we do and how we work together, and that it's just way above the shoulders of anybody else. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next up, Clerk and Master.
Good morning. I'm Steve Vogel. I'm here on behalf of the Clerk and Master's office. We are a small record-keeping office for the court system. We're where all the divorces in Blount County are filed and all the probate matters when somebody passes away or when a loved one is incompetent and needs someone appointed to handle their business affairs for them. We also collect the property's delinquent taxes and conduct the delinquent property tax sale every year. We are an 8-person office, which includes me, my Chief Deputy Clerk, Selena here in the green, and 6 deputy clerks. Seated next to Selena in pink is our retired Chief Deputy Clerk Emeritus, Dorothy McClure.
Did Dorothy just miss these proceedings and decided to come in? It's good to see you, Dorothy. Well, it's good to see you again.
Dorothy is the big ask that we're here today for. She has been very generous in being willing to come back and work part-time in our office, both to help train Selena and other employees. We have our tax clerk, whose primary duties is delinquent taxes, is of retirement age this fall. We don't know that she's going to retire, but we have to plan for that possibility. So we've put a request for $23,400, which would pay Dorothy to work 120 days during the fiscal year, about 10 days a month, obviously. And she not only helps us with training, but helps us when we're shorthanded. For example, right now, we've got a deputy clerk who is out on Family Medical Leave Act. She won't be back for about another month, and we have another employee that we expect to go on maternity leave. So that's our biggest ask, is to fund 120 days worth of Dorothy. We've also asked for $6,000 in overtime funds, so that if we have the need to pay employees overtime, particularly when we're shorthanded, as we're going to be for the foreseeable future, we can still keep the railroads running on time. The other increases we've asked for $2,000 for increased costs of postage. We've asked for $550 for travel. The main reason we've asked for that boost in travel is because where Chancellor Fogarty, he would study his cases. He'd come in early in the morning before court, study his cases, then go up to court and handle the case. Chancellor Ripley prefers to have his files brought to him a week or so in advance of court so that he can review them at his leisure, which is going to require me or somebody from our office to drive the files to him in another county, either Sevier County where his chambers are, or one of his other 4 counties in the 4th Judicial District. We've asked for an increase of $200 for membership dues. Part of that reflects an increase in my dues for COAT and/or Clerks Conference, and for 2 of our deputy clerks to do training as well. We've asked for $1,345 to cover the expenses of the Laserfish program in anticipation of the courts moving to an e-filing system, filing court documents online. We have started to scan all of our documents as they're filed. We actually had a visit a couple of months ago from a Supreme Court justice on that very issue. So the Supreme Court is really interested in rolling out the online filing, and the Laserfish expense is in anticipation of that. We've also asked for some money for our data processing equipment in the amount of $8,354. I just had the printer in my office die, and there's another printer that I looked at this morning that was manufactured in 2016, which is old for a piece of hardware. So those are the increases that we're asking for that are not a status quo budget from last year. I'll just click through this slideshow here. This slide reflects all of those miscellaneous expenses that I was discussing. And this one is a slide about being able to pay for Dorothy to come in and assist us with training and with keeping the office running efficiently. And these are our budget analysis. Want me to go back? And I'd be happy to take questions if anybody has them. And I apologize for my voice. I have allergies. It's never happened to me before.
Is there any questions for Stephen? Commissioner?
I'm also losing my voice to allergies, but I have one question. You mentioned the e-filing.
Yes.
When do you think, I'm assuming that's a state initiative. I mean, when do we think that's going to be?
Yes, and Blount County is actually one of the pilot counties. So that's why we wanted to go ahead and start scanning now. As far as when we'd actually implement it, we just have too many plates in the air right now, just trying to keep the office, moving forward. Frankly, some of the things, keeping the courts running is our main job, but there's also things that we have to do. For example, I started this week working on retirement orders to close old cases that have gone dormant. Just nothing's happening in the case, And the judges have to get off of their caseloads because the administrative office of the courts keeps up with how many cases you're disposing of. We also have to turn over unclaimed funds. For example, the tax sale generates funds that nobody ever claims, and that has to be transmitted to the state. And those are the kind of things that, right now, being shorthanded, we're kind of just shuffling around trying to make sure that court runs on time. And so these other things we're kind of getting to as we can.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions for Stephen? Seeing none, thank you, Stephen. Appreciate you all.
I thank the committee for your time and your service. Have a good weekend.
See y'all. Good to see you again, Dorothy. Next up, Recovery Court. Amy and Judge. Oh. Push the button. There you go.
I want to start by thanking everyone for your support. I see a lot of familiar faces that attend our graduations and our commencement ceremonies, and again, appreciate the support for our program here in the county. As many of you know, we are a treatment-based accountability program, would be the best way to put that. That is an alternative to jail and prison. We are one of the largest recovery courts in the state of Tennessee, and also regarded as one of the best recovery courts in the state of Tennessee. We provide accountability, instant accountability, as well as treatment for those individuals that are nonviolent offenders that are suffering from an alcohol and drug addiction. And so I think you all are familiar with that program. Our budget presentation will be much as you heard before, but we do have some additions this year. And so I wanted to kind of turn that over to Ms. Gallion, our director.
As far as just some statistics, I know the NADCP, I thought they had some interesting statistics on overdose, which I'm sure that's in your packet that you can read over and look at. But I wanted to compare that kind of to the overdoses that we're seeing here in Blount County. And in 2022, Blount County had 261 reported overdoses, with 52 of those that resulted in death. And according to Chief French and District Attorney Ryan Desmond, as of February the 28th of 2023, we've had 48 reported overdose cases, and already 11 of those had resulted in death. So there's a need for what we're doing here in our own backyard. We were asked to give you some of our accomplishments, and so in the past fiscal year, we received from the state an additional $27,000 to our state grant. That's a reoccurring grant that we get. In the past, you would notice that as the $70,000. So we were able to put that toward workforce development and program needs. With that money, we were able to send 6 staff and Judge Harrington to National Conference in Nashville. And we're going to be sending 4 more to Houston, Texas for National Conference in June. This is one of those years where National Conference actually hits twice within our fiscal year, which usually makes it impossible for us to send anybody to the second one. So this additional money for workforce development has helped in that area. As of February the 28th of 2023, we've had 17 people graduated from our program. We actually, with the people that are in aftercare, which is our largest group right now, are on track to see 29 graduates from our program this fiscal year, which would be our largest graduate number in any fiscal year. We continue to develop more workforce partners for our participants to gain meaningful employment. That's been a game changer for our program. Partnerships with like Denso and Blunt Excavating and companies such as that, where our participants are actually finding career fields, not just jobs to get them by until they find a next better job. So that has been amazing. And
it has really changed, because not only are we working with GEAR and other staffing agencies, we are now receiving direct contact from employers such as Blunt Excavating and other companies within our community. And that has been a wonderful situation for us to have that direct contact, not only with our participants that are working for these companies, but then they contact the office and the case managers. And so not only are we getting employment, but then also putting that back into the community. These are tax paying jobs. They are
Insurance benefits.
yes. And so then that getting the health issues then taken care of with the insurance has been also amazing.
Yeah. We were able to fill 2 vacant positions. We had some turnover with case management and such, and we were able to fill those. Have a great staff going right now. In the 2022 calendar year, we admitted 58 new people into our program, and of those 52, 44 are still in the program, which is like a 76% success rate for where we're at right now with the individuals in the program still maintaining program activity. And as of February the 14th, we have provided services to 158 people so far in fiscal year 22-23. So that's 158 people that are receiving daily services from our program who would otherwise be incarcerated. Go ahead.
And let me just add this to brag on the staff, because some of those 158 contacts may include individuals who have graduated from the program, but they find themselves at peril of relapse and they come back and ask for services. And so that's an important piece of our community prevention, is to basically stop the crime before it's ever committed or the relapse before it ever happens. And so they do have an open policy as far as once you're a graduate, you can always come back and ask for services when you're facing relapse or other struggles. And so that's not really something that we can put a tangible number on, but I think that the benefit for the community is huge.
Our fiscal year 23-24 goals that we would like to accomplish, we want to continue to develop community partners. We feel like there are still more partners out there that we can reach to even enhance the services that we are able to provide. If approved by this committee, we would like to hire a 3rd treatment specialist that would help us in many ways. We used to have 3, and in 2021, after COVID, the trend for treatment professionals went to Zoom. They found that they could provide services from home, they could do it remotely, they didn't have to be in the office. But what we found in recovery court is our folks need a one-on-one with an individual, not a computer screen. When we lost the position, we tried to hire a 3rd one and were unable to fill that position. So since we couldn't get an applicant for that, we turned that position to a treatment assistant, which is what Bo Henry has done for us for years. And we were able to not replicate Bo, but hire another Bo to help with classes and to kind of offset some of that. But it resulted in our numbers were still the same. So our licensed therapists, who are the only ones approved to do the behind the door counseling, they've had to limit their sessions to our individuals that are farther along in the program to 30-minute sessions. And then some of our participants have to go to a bi-weekly or once a month session as opposed to weekly sessions, because our staff simply does not have the time to do hour-long therapy sessions or 45-minute therapy sessions with the number of people that we're serving. So our program still has a good number, but 2 people, that's an unrealistic expectation for them to be able to provide those therapeutic services. So that's why we're asking again, because we are seeing, as we get further away from COVID, people are trying to get back into the workforce. So people are trying to come back into the office, and we're hoping this is a good time for that ask.
We've asked for it the last 2 years and just could not find an applicant, because if you're a treatment specialist, you can write your own hours and really control your destiny. And so we're hoping with more individuals getting into the field, it's a lucrative field now, that maybe that trend, we'd like to try again. We would like to try again.
We want to continue to get our staff trained on current drug trends, because they're constantly changing. Readily available substances through gas stations, K2 Spice. We're seeing trends in drugs that are taking us by storm, and so we want to be able to provide more training to get information on those trends, and also make sure we're in compliance with the updated standards and benchmarks that the state and national recovery courts require. If approved, our other ask, and those things will come next, is to implement the Pronto Solutions case management software. You will hear about this again with county probation if they haven't already presented to you, but this is they have a case management software, we do not. When I first came to Recovery Court, we had a system through Access that was developed by John Herron and Teresa Irwin, who were over the Recovery Court before I came. It has all of our historical data. What we are being told by IT is that we are about 2 Microsoft upgrades away from no longer having access to Access. That's backwards, but the Pronto Solutions is the case management software that county probation is wanting to move to. And so to stay consistent within the county, if we went to the same software, then a lot of our information, we get a lot of people that once they don't successfully complete misdemeanor probation, they go to circuit court, then they go upstairs, that's when we get them. So it's information that we could share information through that database, and it would also keep the database that probation is using consistent with the database that we're using. We could track a lot more detail, and they can implement all of our historical database into it, so we don't lose our historical data. They're also working with Tennessee Department of Mental Health Services to see if they can incorporate the information we put into TINWITS to be able to go into Pronto Track as well, to where we have information that's talking to each other. We have systems that are talking, and we can follow information seamlessly that way. And of course, our goal is always to increase the number of criminally and justice involved individuals that we're serving. We're always looking for ways to increase our numbers and serve more people. The additional request, or what I have already mentioned, for the Pronto Solutions case management software, that would be a $10,800 request to add to our budget to have an actual case management software system that is owned by, or that is provided to us through the county. It's not something that we're getting through the state, that if we lose a state contract, we lose the system, and we can keep all of our information in-house. And the $60,000, which is the request for the third treatment specialist.
Amy, will you click, so we're
Oh,
following
sorry.
you?
I can't do 2 things at once. Is for the third treatment specialist that we discussed. And then this is the additional request format, which is a really nice spreadsheet that we have this year, where you can see the disconnect, you can see the initiative, why that would help, what the offset is for the Pronto Track. We were able to find $700 that's going to be left over in our dues and memberships, because the state changed their fees on dues and memberships, and because our team is so large, we are now getting discounts on our dues and memberships for our team. So we are actually getting a discount because we have such a large operational team. We have 18 members that sit on our team that on Tuesdays meet in our office for staffing to discuss the cases that we're dealing with, and I think we have the largest team in the state. So we now get a discount on our memberships and dues, so that's where that money came from. And then the current operations, we've talked about that. The impact, if not funded, we would continue to operate solely with the TINWIT system through the state, and just continue to look for other options to replace Access database once it's no longer available. And then that's the same form for the treatment specialist on the additional request.
And let me say this, as far as our team being 18 members, you have to understand that that does include myself as a member, the district attorney, the public defender, their designated representatives, as well as probation, Helen Ross McNabb. And so a large part of the team are not necessarily the core drug court or recovery court office and county employees, but it is a large team that many have volunteered their time to participate in the program. The other thing I wanted to say, as far as accomplishments, that this is a little bit more recent. We've talked about COVID and the impact that that had on treatment specialists. The one thing that I'm really proud of with our participants is we are now back in the schools, which there was a hiatus to that as far as with COVID, but even in the last few weeks, we've been in front of Maryville students, William Blount students, and Heritage students. And again, our participants are speaking to students directly in an effort to educate and as far as alcohol and drug prevention. And we have found historically that that's been very successful as far as younger individuals don't really want to listen to Ms. Gallion and myself, but they will listen to individuals that actually have had the experience. And so that's been a wonderful thing that our participants have been doing, and we're very happy to pick back up on that.
Questions?
Anyone have any questions for Judge or Amy?
I just have one. The new position that you're looking to hire, the treatment specialist, and all the treatment specialists for that matter, we're beginning to see that many of the clients or inmates coming into the program have mental health needs beyond their addiction. Is anyone able to address any of those? Because it's becoming a bigger and bigger problem with what to do for them and how to help them, can't send them anywhere.
That's where our partnership with Helen
so-
Ross McNabb is so important.
Well, that and our treatment specialists are mental health counselors as well. They're licensed mental health counselors. The two that we have now, Molly Cochran, she is actually licensed. She has her licensure. Mental health counselor. Marie Stanley is our newest treatment specialist that we've hired, and she is under supervision to get her mental health licensure. She's doing her supervision with Shannon Dow from Helen Ross McNabb, and so they are constantly working on theirs, but we also partner hand in hand with Helen Ross McNabb, so if there's ever like a mental health issue or an issue, medication, whatever that may be, that is beyond their scope, or they feel needs to see a psychiatrist or what, they make those referrals with our participants in their office to Helen Ross McNabb and follow up to make sure they maintain those appointments and that they're followed through with.
Even to the point when we had a recent, in the last few months, mental health crisis, they were able to help procure hospitalization. And so that's the beauty of having a team, and that we all sit there and work so closely together, is there's an immediate response. And we have a lot of information in the beginning to try to address the mental health issues.
It's also the beauty of the difference of our program. We are the only program in the state of Tennessee that actually has treatment in-house. Most recovery courts have to partner with an outside agency to offer any mental health treatment, and we actually have everything. If there's an issue, they come to our office and every issue can be addressed, and if it is something that has to be resourced out, we maintain help. We assist them with making sure they get that help, they're sent to the right place, and then we follow through with making sure they actually do what they're supposed to do.
Even to the point that if you miss a counseling session or you miss a mental health appointment, there's a sanction for that. We understand that those resources are very precious, and again, our program is not only treatment, but it's a lot of accountability, and so you don't miss those appointments or there's a consequence for it.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you. A couple of questions on the Pronto software. I'm assuming that's web-based.
Has what?
Web-based.
Is it web-based or desktop?
It is web-based, and they have already spoken with Paracelsus, which is where we keep our drug screening. That's our drug screening web-based company that we work with. Paracelsus will integrate into Pronto Track, so they'll be able, it's like we have to manually enter our drug screens into our state system. They will be able to, once it's entered into Paracelsus, integrate it automatically into Pronto Track, so it should be a more seamless process to like upload the results of a drug screen instead of having to have someone manually doing that.
Okay, you answered my second question. The third question on, is this the ongoing cost, or is this partially an implementation?
It is, I know this is my understanding that this is the ongoing cost, because I think IT, if we do it now when county probation is doing it, the implementation cost is all the same. They'll implement us the same time that county probation is done, so it's not an implementation cost. It's my understanding if we wait, if we don't do this now, we do it later, then there's a separate implementation cost to implement us at that time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Brian?
Thank you very much for all the work you put into this. I just wanted to clarify in your treatment specialist request, it's for $60,000 salary and benefits. When that comes down to the actual salary, do you think that's going to be competitive given what you talked about and the other options they have?
And we've had this conversation many times. I don't know. You know, with our current hire, it worked well because she's working to get her licensure, so the benefit to that is we offset the cost, we do the training, we pay for that licensure. You know, if it were to be somebody that would come straight in with a license, it may not be competitive enough for that position. So at that point, I guess where that request comes, then we have a licensed therapist on staff. Do we ask for enough money to make her salary competitive with who we're bringing in? So there's a lot of conflicts that go into that amount, but that has been historically the amount that we've looked at to include benefits and.
So if it's okay with the committee, what we'll do is we'll work with you to have both of those numbers so that when we sit down and brief, you know the span of, depending on what scenario happens.
That's
That
just
would be
been
great.
a
Thank
constantly
you.
changing landscape the last 2 or 3 years of what treatment specialists are earning. I mean, it's really,
You would be surprised at how much it varies, and that was a shocking thing to me, because it would depend on where they were working and what the level of their education is of where they're working, which it is it's a licensed position, so there's a lot of degrees that go into that. And it seems like there's a varied pay scale there, so I was unsure what to ask for.
Any other questions? One thing I do want to say is, and Judge, I think you do a really good job of this at graduation, when we have the graduations, is look at what the deferred cost this brings back to us. I'm just doing a real sloppy job of doing some math here, but with 158 participants and tassers, this is from the state, it costs you, 3 years ago, it was $75 a day to keep someone in jail. That's about what the cost was. You figure that up, I mean, you're looking at this over a year, you're talking close to $4 million. That this is, by this program, you're saving right about $4.3 million. So, I mean, that's, when you look at the payback for, if you're going to say monetarily, and that's not what this is about monetarily. It's about saving people's lives. But you just look at the payback to Blount County by the successes that you're having in this program. It's a win-win financially, and it's a blessed win personally to these people in their lives. And you know, I'm a very big supporter of this. I have been since I was elected mayor. It's been near and dear to my heart, what this program has done for this community and the people that need the help the most. And I will say this, and you know, you and probation both, and some of the other departments, but you all too. I mean, when people when the mayors and the other counties across the state want to know how to make this work, the first place they come is here. They say, if you want to see how to make a recovery court work, go look and see how Blount County does it. And I think that says a lot about what you all have done and what you all been able to achieve, and I appreciate it. And I don't want to get hung up on the monetary thing, because I think it's all about what we're doing for the people in this community. But sometimes when you're looking at the budget, monetarily does come in.
Yeah.
And I think it's important, and Judge, you do a great job. You actually take it on down the road over a lot longer period of time. I'm just encapsulating 1 year here, you know, so that, I think that's something that, because most people never hear that. They never hear
even
that
at
part of it.
graduation, the amount of fines, you know,
Yeah,
there's usually
well, I
20
mean,
or
that's right, yeah.
$30,000 worth of fines and court costs that are paid, and then the cost of the victim that never was, you know, that's a important piece of this. The fact that our people are paying taxes, have their driver's license, have paid all that money to the Department of Safety to be licensed citizens. So it's huge. If there was a way to actually put a tangible number on that shift, the shift is enormous.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all. Thank both of you for everything you do.
Thank all of you, I appreciate it.
Mayor, can I
Yes.
make a statement, please? Or
Yes,
it's not a question, but I want to segue off what Brian said. I think that we need to aggressively, and I mean aggressively, pursue finding what the market value is of this new employee.
Yeah.
if 60,000 is not enough, we need to be competitive. And the fact that you didn't have anybody approach us the last time may be that we just wasn't in the right market value.
Right.
So I don't know who's responsible for that, but we need to survey the surrounding areas and find out what a good
Right.
person that has these qualifications cost and be prepared to make that work. So I just want to make that comment.
Well, believe me, we've had these conversations, and one of the things that if nothing else that COVID did, and Amy, and we've talked about it, it's therapists now can work from home,
Anywhere.
and that's become the big thing, is to be a therapist on the computer. That doesn't work in recovery court. You've got to be, it's got to be face to face. And am I not? We've
Yeah,
had-
and Stina Nesbitt, who was the last treatment specialist that we lost, was amazing. She had amazing work with her clients, and when she put in her notice, I got with HR, we worked some numbers. We tried to offer her more money to get her to stay because, you know, she had hired in at a lower rate, and she told me that it wasn't about the money, that, you know, her family's in Minnesota, and she could go to this company and do most of her work from Zoom. So even if she'd gone to Minnesota to work with her family, she's not having to take time off because she can Zoom from anywhere. She didn't have to be in Tennessee to do that. So we tried to offer more money to keep her, and we're unsuccessful.
And you also have to understand too, when you talk about that market and the Zoom and the setting of your own hours, our program is specifically designed for high-risk, high-needs individuals. So you're talking about people that have the most trauma, that need the most help. And it is not for the faint of heart. It is not. And so, you know, there's a significant amount of child sexual abuse trauma. There's a significant amount of violence. There's a lot. And so that's not for everybody. So it's a very narrow, there are people out there though that do amazing work, and we're optimistic we're gonna find them. Because it's very.
Finding the right place to
Right.
to get them from is,
It's very rewarding work. We just gotta get them in the door.
yeah. I'm trying. I try at every conference I go to find out, you know, who does what job, and have you been to Blount County lately?
been
It's
here?
gorgeous.
And
No better place to work.
And I think we've started in the high schools telling everyone, you should really go to school to be what about being a counselor? And we've talked to different individuals and at the colleges. I mean, it's a field that should be pursued. And so we try very hard to say, have you thought about that as a major?
Yeah.
I mean, we're willing to start, like I said, with high school students. We'll wait. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Judge. Are we so far ahead of time that? Yeah. Public defender, sure. Matt not gonna be here?
Yeah, so like in past years, our public defender presentation is just in your packet. There's an explanation of the office and what they request of our budget, and then a letter from the public defender. And then the last page in there is the budget for public defender. So there's not, we'll skip over that. But if there are questions, please feel free to reach out to Carrie or myself, and we can get any answers you might require.
So I'm looking at public defender budget, and I'm looking at the bottom there where he's requesting to be allowed to spend money collected by, is he not been doing that? He's talking about spending money collected by Tom to defray some of the expenses. What have we been doing with that funding?
You'd have to let me follow up with both of them to figure out, to get that answer for you. I do not know.
Was there a reason that is he not going to be here to talk or answer any of these?
I do not believe so. Historically, he has not presented.
No,
He just-
historically he does. Isn't this Mac Garner? Doesn't Mac normally come in front of us? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he has someone with him, but
Then I hope I was wrong and he'll be here in a few minutes.
okay. I think if you're asking for any funding at all from this body and from the commission, there should be no reason that you can't come in front of this committee. I just think you need to, if we're going to send this on to the commission for a budget approval, I think whoever it is, they need to come in front of this board. Next up, Ms. Joni.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Commission. Sorry I'm a couple minutes late. It's been a wild morning. I'm Joni Surratt. I'm the Director of Blount County Probation. I'm excited to be here before you today to go over our budget for next year. What we do, we're responsible for the supervision of individuals who have committed misdemeanor offenses and have been ordered to supervise probation by the Blount County General Sessions Court. We also supervise individuals who have pending criminal charges and have been released to pretrial release. So we also handle big cases too, such as rapes, violent offenses, such as homicides, different things like that. Just on a pretrial supervision status. They've not been convicted of anything, but as a part of their bond condition, they come see us. So we also have a batterers intervention class and a 12-hour DUI school. Our batterers intervention class is a domestic violence class that runs for 24 weeks. And it's someone that has committed a domestic violence offense. We're extremely proud of that program. We've had over 200 people go through that program, and less than 10% have reoffended in a domestic violence type offense. The 12-hour DUI school, people are ordered to that when they've had a DUI, and we house that class at our office, and it's contracted through Knox County Sheriff's Office. We get half the revenue of that, so we're required to register for people for that, check them in for it, do the certificates, and Knox County teaches the class for us on our site, and we provide the building. We also manage a community service program, so there's some individuals that just are ordered for community service. So they've committed an offense that they've not placed them on probation for, they've just put them on for community service to see if they get that done, and then they go back before the courts. We supervise individuals through daily, weekly, or monthly meetings, and it just depends on how it's set up through court. We also contract with an electronic monitoring company for GPS, drug patch, and alcohol monitoring needs. We've had several accomplishments this year. The General Sessions Court referred us approximately 63 individuals to complete approximately 1,709 community service hours in Blount County. And as of December 31st, 2022, 810 hours of community service were completed in Blount County. That was just our community service clientele. That's not including the ones that are on probation and also do community service. So approximately 171 hours were completed at the Animal Center. So that was free labor there that the county benefited from. The rest of the hours were completed at other nonprofit organizations within Blount County, such as like CARM, Goodwill, other Second Harvest, other nonprofit organizations there, but they have to complete those hours in Blount County. We held 6 DUI schools for the whole year last year, and that serviced 136 students. So 136 students completed that class for their requirements for the courts. The Batterers Intervention Program, 15 of the, like I said, it's 24 weeks, so we can only have 16 at a time. We run almost 2 a year, so 15 of those have completed, and we have several that's set to complete soon. We're certified through the Tennessee Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and we're up for recertification this year, and they're actually going to do a site visit on April 12th. We've had really good results out of that program. Approximately 521 individuals have successfully completed their supervised probation this year. That was where they completed, they weren't in jail or anything like that. They completed everything, all the requirements of court. Our goals for the next year is to continue to provide services to impact the lives of individuals referred to us by continuing to use a firm and fair supervision approach to ensure public safety first and foremost, as well as help the individuals become more productive members of society. We're really excited to implement a new software program that will kick off in May, and that's going to help us become more efficient. The system that we were using was from back in 2008, and so there's a lot of technology that has came about that will help us become a lot more efficient in what we do and be able to serve our clients even better than what we already do. So we're excited about getting that kicked off. I also hope to be able to provide more training opportunities to my staff. It's really been limited through COVID, or since COVID and all, but we have been able to get a lot of free training that I've been able to utilize through Zooms and stuff like that. But there is some more in-depth training that I would like to be able to provide my staff over this next fiscal year. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Hannum?
Hi, Joni.
Hi.
I have 2.
Yes.
And I'm looking at your line item for contracts for $60,000. Does that include your electronic monitoring equipment?
Yes, so here's what happens with electronic monitoring. I should touch on that a little bit more. So we're part of what's called the EMIF fund, and that's the Electronic Monitoring Indigent Fund. That's through the state of Tennessee. So we're required to pay on the indigent electronic monitoring people who are ordered to a SCRAM, a CAM bracelet, which is an alcohol bracelet, a GPS bracelet, or a drug patch that are determined indigent by the state. Then we have to assume a $100 cost for each of those offenders for their monitoring each month. The state absorbs 100 of that too. So that $60,000 will cover us for, if there were 60 individuals on our program every day, it would account for that. That's something we have to pre-plan like a whole year and a half, because September is when we have to always tell what we're allotted. You can't increase that at all. And there's also going to be a new bill coming out soon in July, and that will probably pick up on more electronic monitoring cases. So we have a cushion there to absorb. We have about 48 to 50 something that would be on at any given time. So we have a little cushion there in the event of new laws that change, and to account for that. But that is a kind of a match for the state, and then they can either refund it or we can roll it over for the next year.
Oh, okay.
So we don't ever use it all, and then it gets absorbed to the next year, if there's any coverage. So if we go over that 60,000, that cap that the state has on us, then if we have any rollover funds from the year before, that we would have to cover it 100%, because if we didn't calculate right, then we would have to pay that 200 a month rather than 100. So we have to have that cushion in there.
Okay, well, that wasn't looking like enough to me, so.
Yeah, the program is, well, and like I said, it would be about 120 because it's a double. It's not any funds that come to us or anything. It's the electronic monitoring company has to bill the company that does the services, and then we get billed an amount each month.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yes.
Any other questions? Joni, I was going to ask you on the, you were talking about implementing that new software. Is that the software that you can share with Recovery Court?
Yes, so I think Recovery Court is going to adopt it as well. There's a lot of really neat things that's, we put a lot of homework into this program. We can send out text messages to our clients from the system. So if for some reason something happened and the office was going to be closed, we can, one button can do that. We can also send out text reminders of their court dates and of their probation appointments. It just does a lot of different things for us as well. The courts can have access to it right there in the courtroom if the judges want access to it, which is a really neat thing. They can do a read-only. Lots of different functions that this can provide, and just the customer service part of it too. They'll have 24/7 support, because there are times with this system that we've had that we can't, we get down for a couple of, hours or whatever, and it kind of blocks us up. So this is going to be a really good thing in bringing us up to where we need to be.
Joni, how many do you have, how many clients do y'all have right now?
Today, we have 1,410 on our caseload. And there's about 700 and something that's actually reporting coming through our doors. We have 140 something that's pretrial only. So I have one of my officers that's just dealing with pretrials. So those pretrials come in either daily or weekly, so we see them more often. But the other amount that's not coming in is they've either absconded, they're in treatment, or they're in jail. So we've got several in treatment. There's various different statuses, but we may get 20 more today or 30 more. The most we've had in one day, I think, is 52 new ones. So it's constantly changing. And we're averaging around that 40-something mark on GPS patch or CAM unit too. So those are keeping us very busy. They come in more often as well. So our officers have anywhere from 185 to about 250 each, that even if they're not coming in, we're still having to monitor their cases, track them wherever they're at, or to try to locate them.
I had made the statement when Recovery Court was here that you all, your staff and you all do a great job. I mean, absolutely amazing job in the environment that you're in. One of the things, and I just want to say this public, when across the state, when they want to know how to run probation, they come, they'll tell you, go see how Blount County does it. And that's because of you and the job you and your staff do. And it's amazing. If you really want to get a good feel, they need to come over there and spend about
Absolutely.
8 hours with you to see what world y'all are living in.
Yes.
Because it's a whole different world. And I just want to tell you how much we appreciate you and your staff and the great job they do. They come into work every day and they work through some pretty tough assignments and do an absolutely phenomenal job. And I just want to say thank you, Joni, for
Well, I
that.
appreciate it. My staff, I could not ask for a better staff, and they come and it's got to be a calling to work in this field, and they endure a lot. They've had to work a lot of hours. We try to flex a lot of times, but there's been a lot of times we've just absolutely not been able to. So that's why I've asked for a little increase in the overtime budget. There's just not enough hours in the day to get some of the stuff done, but our staff is just, I would love for any of you to come over and meet them and see what they do. And they've all got special niches that they do and are good with different clients. And it's a really neat thing to see. And I'd love for any of you to come and have a day with us. So I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joni. Is anyone here from the Public Defender's Office? Okay. There again, Brian, on that, I mean, when we're looking at some changes and asking to pull some funding from Tom's office and redirect some funding, I think that he needs to be here to answer some questions. So we'll put him on hold, and if somebody can get a hold of Public Defender's Office, I think they need to, and do you, unless this is something we have an answer for.
No, sir, we're happy to reach out to him and
Okay.
try to get something today or at worst case next week.
Okay, that'd be fine. We'll move on if everybody, juvenile court?
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Sorry, I'm naturally loud, so I'll back up a little bit. Okay, Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Hannum, we're happy to present our budget proposal for juvenile court for next fiscal year. So what we do confidentially, so a lot of people don't know exactly what we do, but we do a lot of prevention work. So we counsel with families, children, we prevent children from having court involvement, we provide services to family to prevent children from coming into foster care. We preside over all the cases involving abused and neglected children, and we terminate parental rights, which frees children for adoption. Of the cases that come through the New Hope Children's Advocacy Center, less than 5% of those cases are prosecuted criminally. 85% of those cases come to juvenile court. We issue restraining orders and injunctions. We remove children from abusive parents. So we are seeing the bulk of the cases that come through the CAC come to juvenile court. We also deal with delinquent and unruly youth. So we try cases, we sentence offending youth, and when necessary, we transfer those juveniles to be tried as adults, and we supervise children on probation. And wearing another hat, when we have unwed couples who have children, we set up parenting plans, we establish custody, we issue child support orders, and we hold parents accountable. Any questions about what we do? Okay. Next slide is an organizational chart, and you can see our staff layout. And this is Amanda May, who is the Director of Juvenile Court Services. So our accomplishments, we held just under 5,000 court hearings before judicial officers in the last fiscal year. So those are actual hearings in the courtroom. Myself, the 2 magistrate judges, and the Youth Service Office processed 18,000 documents. Those are papers we laid eyes on, we read, we signed, we diverted where we needed to go. The Youth Service Office took 469 kids that were in trouble and diverted those cases and kept them from having court involvement. We have a brand new, wonderful collaboration with the UT Knoxville College of Social Work, and we are now a forensic placement site for master's level students, and they are offering psychoeducational services and providing some crisis work for our kids in detention. And we have another wonderful collaboration with the Helen Ross McNabb Tennessee Resiliency Project. That is a 3-year grant project, and they are providing, that is a clinician, a licensed professional counselor, and other counselors who are providing crisis services to children, gap services to children from the time they get out of detention until they can get into mental health services. And as I'm sure you are all aware, if you read the newspaper, we have an explosion in mental health disorders and mental health crises, particularly among our children. And we can't get services for these children in a timely fashion. So this Resiliency Project, TRP, has been a godsend. Any questions so far? Okay. Yes.
So sorry. The crisis work that you're speaking of, and I really love the one program, I need to talk to you about that offline sometime, but with the of Tennessee and Helen Ross McNabb.
Yes.
When we're talking about that crisis work, what all does that entail for you?
So that involves any child that's in crisis, we can make a referral to this program. They have a licensed clinical social worker or a licensed professional counselor who comes over to detention, meets with that child, meets with the family, can provide services, therapy services to the child and to the family while the child is in detention, can make a referral. Let's say if the child needs a residential treatment or needs comprehensive child and family therapy, they can make those referrals. They can assess a child to see if a child, we have a situation right now, we've got a child that maybe needs to go to a crisis bed at Children's Hospital or Park West. They're actually texting us as we were sitting back here to say, we need to get this child to be evaluated. This child is suicidal. So that's what they're doing. It's a grant program. We're not paying for it. It's wonderful.
We need a lot more of that. So,
Yes, we
so
do.
that's only for juveniles who are in detention? There are no services for
No,
those?
any
Okay.
child in crisis that is involved in Blount County Juvenile Court. So we have kids, if they get out of detention and they still need crisis help, this Tennessee Resiliency Project and the College of Social Work are providing services. More the Tennessee Resiliency Project for kids who are in active crisis, and then the College of Social Work is doing more of psychoeducation. So classes about peer pressure, alcohol and drugs and things like that. So
What about those young people who are in foster care?
So kids in foster care have services delivered through the Department of Children's Services. So if I have a child who is in foster care, come into detention, let's say on a delinquent offense, that child, we don't typically keep that child goes right back out to the foster care placement. There's some laws that prevent us from, we can hold them, but not for very long.
Okay. Thank you.
Did that muddy the waters?
No,
Okay.
it didn't. It clarified, actually.
We can
Thank
talk
you.
more too.
Okay.
So our goals for the next fiscal year, we intend to expand our collaboration with the College of Social Work and become a forensic placement site, not just for one master's level student, but for up to 3, and to let them provide additional services. We want to leverage our community contacts and to implement an alcohol and drug treatment program for adolescents. One of the big missing pieces of treatment in Blount County is there is no intensive outpatient alcohol and drug education program for adolescents. They have to go to Knoxville. So here's the cascading problem. To go to Knoxville, transportation is an issue. So they have to get ETHRA. ETHRA runs the bus picking up everybody. So then they have to be picked up at noon and miss school to go to Knoxville for treatment. And then they're falling behind in school, and then they're not getting credits, and then they're not graduating, and then they turn 18 and they drop out. So it's a big problem, something I would love to have and see alcohol and drug treatment program for adolescents. And I'm exploring options. And so I intend to make that happen. May not be next fiscal year, but I'm working on it. And we want to keep working on our community support for our Blount County Youth Court and our CORE program, which is part of our psychoeducation program that UT College of Social Work has helped implemented. So it's about community opportunities, resources, and empowerment, getting kids involved in the community, making that connection, that restorative justice connection, so that kids are less likely to reoffend and that they care about their communities. And we are still a safe baby court expansion site. We've been a safe baby court expansion site, I think, for the last 3 years. It is all dependent upon state funding, but we're on the list that if the budget is approved at the state legislature, we will become a safe baby court site. That is a 0 to 3. These are our neonatal abstinence syndrome, fetal alcohol syndrome kids that we see come from UT and Children's Hospital. So, and we have a real need for that as well. So those are just our goals. Questions about that? Anybody?
Judge, in your conversations with the UTK College of Social Work, have they been receptive of that? I mean,
Yes.
have they been?
They've been so receptive. Ms. May could probably speak on that a little
They
more.
actually will give us as many forensic placement interns as we can take. Being that I would supervise the interns as well, this being our first full year being a forensic placement, we only did one just so I could kind of get my feet wet and see what all that would entail on my end and how much supervision they would need in doing this. We've had a very successful intern this year, and so they will give us as many as we want. I think I can probably handle about 3 would be my maximum level that I would be able to supervise with all my other duties. So we're shooting for 3 this year. And then who knows, maybe we'll be able to expand that next year. We're just trying to take baby steps into this, but it's been a very beneficial program to our kids and families. And again, it's no charge to our families or to the court, so it's free.
I could see that being very beneficial.
It has been. It's really helped lessen the burden of the lack of mental health services and the wait list for the kids to actually get services.
So budget's the same, except for my additional request to expand the part-time juvenile magistrate judge from 3 days a week to 5 days a week. So we had some staffing changes, and so from salary savings, we have funded that position. We took Magistrate Judge Jason Bedingfield from 3 days a week to 4 days a week, October to January. We had another staffing turnover, and so since January 1, we've been using him 5 days a week. And this, again, funded with salary savings. Reducing him from 5 days back to 3 days a week for next fiscal year will negatively impact juvenile court functions. Particularly, we believe, and based upon our numbers, what we have, that about 600 children's cases will be further delayed if he cannot operate those 2 additional days a week. Remember, we're handling the bulk of the abuse and neglect cases that come out of the CAC. So, the additional request page, I want to break it down for you. We're asking for $31,691.40 to bring him from 3 days a week to 5 days a week. This employee does not need county-funded health care. His wife works for Blount County Schools. He has health insurance through his wife. He doesn't need it. This is just a salary request. We are already using this position 5 days a week, and we can offset it. With this wonderful Tennessee Resiliency Project, we are not using as many psychological evaluations that are paid for by the court through a clinical level psychologist. We have salaries, we have savings in that line item. I think that's line 340, line 340. And we can offset this request and fund one of the 2 additional days. And as I stated a moment ago, the impact is significant. 600 cases involving abused and neglected children will be delayed if the part-time magistrate judge position is returned to 3 days a week.
Can I ask, so
Yes.
so are you are you asking for the 31,691 additional? Or are you saying this is what you're gonna need to make this go from a 3 to 5 day a week, but you're going to absorb that in your budget? Is that correct?
I am saying that 31,690 is what we need to take it from 3 days to 5 days. I'm saying we can give half from our current budget.
Right.
So if the county can come up with the other 15, 16, we can make it work.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you all for your time.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Amanda. EMA, Lance?
Thanks so much. Appreciate you letting me be here. I want to talk a little bit about emergency management. What are we? Well, basically, we work with law enforcement, fire and rescue for planning. We write grants. We do communications, work with the school systems, the utilities, and the highway department and the hospital. So basically, what we do well is we build relationships, we harness technology, and we pursue grant funding. We do all this to put our first responders and our community in a position to win. And we try to do that in such a way that it gives the taxpayer the best bang for their buck. Our staff is myself, I'm the director. Stephen Cardwell is our assistant director, and Brooks White is our operations manager. And of course, we couldn't do what we do without a lot of volunteers. We've got about 48 people on our damage assessment team. We have about 75 people on our warming center team. And we've got about 10 people on our storm spotter team. So we have a lot of different initiatives, a bigger footprint than we had when we started in 2015. And so we're really proud of the work we've been trying to do here. We also manage our first responder emergency public notification system. That's the IPAWS system and the ReadyOp digital communication system. As I said, we're also recruiting for a new initiative called the Blount County Strong Team. And that is our long-term disaster recovery team, which we've been working on for about 2.5, almost 3 years. What we did, we took the report from the Mountain Tough long-term disaster recovery team in Sevier County that responded after the 2016 wildfires. We studied that document. It took about 6 to 8 months to get through it all a couple of times. And we also worked with John Matthews and Joe Ayers in Sevier County. And basically, we created a long-term disaster recovery framework, a plan. And now we're in the process of recruiting people, volunteers, to be on that team. We hope we never have to implement it, but if we do, this team will be in place. The main goals would be debris removal, case management, and a rebuild of homes. So we're excited about that. It's just one more initiative that we want to be on the forefront if something like that does happen, to where people can get restored back to their way of life faster. So, and we also work, as I said, with the Warming Center team, the John 316 and Family Promise. We work with them to coordinate opening the Warming Center when it's 25 degrees or colder. As far as our accomplishments, as I said, we've been recruiting for our long-term disaster recovery team. We also responded during the 2022 Smoky Mountain Air Show and provided food and for all the first responders that were on site at the airbase. And the reason that was significant was because they couldn't leave. They were in a position where they could not leave their posts for basically 3 days. And so we provided food for 3 days for all those responders. Then also, something that I'm really proud of, and Chief Long is proud of too, is we helped set up the backup 911 facility. I think you'll be talking about that here in a minute. And so that's something that we're excited about. We're continuing to try and get grant funding and get what we need to put that fully operational. It is fully operational right now, but it's something that we would like to fortify and make stronger. And then something else that we were proud of, the 2022 TVA rolling blackouts at Christmas. We were able to use ReadyOp. When TVA notified us, we were able to use ReadyOp to notify all the first responders, the highway department, the hospital, and all the other utilities that this blackout was about to happen. So also, as far as the Warming Center is concerned, I just can't tell you how proud I am of Phil Hoffman and all the other volunteers who turned out during that week when we kept the Warming Center open for 4 or 5 straight days, and for 5 days, and it was 24 hours a day. And Phil was able to tap into his network with the different churches and congregations and nonprofits, and they had more breakfast casseroles than you could check a stick at, and they had more people there to man that facility for 24 hours a day. The first night they had 15, the second night they had 19, and then the last 2 or 3 nights they had 25. I think that's what it was. So we were really proud about that, and everyone who came out. In Blount County, when people pulled out the call for help in Blount County, folks in Blount County, they respond, and I'm really proud of that, of how they turned out. Something else that we work on, and Stephen is just great at this, is our technology initiatives. We contract with SpaceX to get a subscription to access to satellite-provided internet service, so as a redundancy. So if something happened that our internet went down, we could still operate, we could still use our ReadyOp system and our iPause system. Let's see, and then as far as emergency response, on October 31st of last year, we had a F-150 that flipped over it was at the ramp from Alcoa Highway to Pellissippi and dumped about 40 or 50 gallons. So we responded for that. And also just on March 3rd, we opened up our Emergency Operations Center for the severe storm that came through. We were very, very fortunate that we didn't have as much damage as we anticipated. And we were very fortunate there weren't any tornadoes. As far as our 2023-24 goals, something that we're looking forward to is our complex coordinated terror attack drill that's going to be happening on July 12th and 13th. It's going to be what's called a functional exercise. So everyone, all the first responder agencies are going to be there at the Emergency Operations Center in the 911 building. And it's basically a coordinated terror attack drill. There's going to be attacks start the day in Sevier County, a drill there. There'll be a drill in Morristown in Hamlin County. And then at UT, at Knoxville, and then the last attack will be in Blount County. And so the drill is, the scenario is actually very similar to something that happened in 2016 during the Summer on Broadway incident. In that incident, there was a chase from out in the county. The sheriff's office initiated a chase, and actually the gentleman swerved onto East Broadway and was headed right for the Summer on Broadway festival site. And law enforcement, they were able to stop him before he got through there. But this scenario basically takes that whole situation and imagines that one vehicle comes from West Broadway at Cates and another one comes from Washington, and they both drive through and try to hit as many people as possible. So the drill is basically what will we do, how we respond to that situation, and then how will we also assist the folks in Morristown, Sevierville, and in Knox County. So it's something that we've been working on for a while now, but we're excited about that. The Blount County Strong Long-Term Disaster Recovery Team is something we're excited about too, very proud of, and we're in the process of recruiting members to implement this plan. Again, we hope we never have to use it, but if we do, they're there. We're also doing our annual hazmat drill, and Maryville Fire Department is actually going to be hosting that this year. And then we also have we got 2 applications, 3 actually, hazard mitigation grant applications that we're working on. Well, 2 of them been sitting in Atlanta at FEMA in review process for 2 years. We've been working with Marsha Blackburn and Tim, our Congress people to get these applications rolling. We're hopeful to get contracts in late spring, early summer. One of them is for about $903,000 for 2 generators at the Alcoa water plant, and the other is for $120,000. Basically, it's a flood mitigation project at Caldwell Road, which is right there, intersects with Singleton Station. That's at the UT Experimental Farm, and every time it rains really hard, all the water from that farmland drains into this neighborhood. And so we're hopeful we can get these 2 projects up and running in the early summer, late spring, hopefully. And then the last grant application we have in is for 3 trailer-mounted generators. We got this idea, I guess it was a couple of years ago when the 911 center had to use a trailer-mounted generator, and we thought, wouldn't it be a good idea if we had one for each Maryville, Alcoa, and Blount County? And so we've got an application in to get 3 trailer-mounted generators. One would be assigned to the Maryville Operations Center, the other would be assigned to Alcoa Operations or Municipal Building, and then the last one would be at the Blount County Highway Department. And we would be able to roll these out anytime power went out at one of our critical infrastructures. That's the idea. And lastly, we were grateful enough to get a ARPA EMPG grant for $20,000 to go toward building or buying a new Ford F-150 vehicle for emergency management. But the problem is it's a state contract purchase, and that takes usually 12 to 18 months sometimes to get those. But we're in the process of basically, hopefully that'll be built soon. So, as far as additional requests, the only real operational request we asked for was 5% more in our data processing services. And that's because each year with our Civic Ready contract, that goes up 3%, maybe 5% each year. And that's just part of the contract. And so we asked more for that. Fortunately, our Ready Up contract has stayed steady at $12,000 a year. And we work pretty closely with Ready Up and have a good relationship with the owner and the creator of it. And so they've been good enough to keep that steady since actually 2016. But those are our accomplishments and our requests. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Anybody got any questions for Lance? I just want to say that, we're very fortunate in this county. Our emergency services people work very, very well together. That's the reason when we do have bad things happen, things seem to work very smoothly. And because if they don't work very well together, then things bad happen, it gets even worse. And I appreciate the liaison that you and Stephen provide for the support that the emergency management agency gives to all of I'm talking from the volunteer fire departments to police to the rescue squad, whatever, the fire departments, all of, everyone I think in this county sees us all as one almost. Which is a blessing to live in a county that sees all of us the all the ones in emergency services as being here for everyone in this community. Appreciate the job you all do. We've really, you've been able to upgrade our emergency management services, what we've done, what we're able to do, what we're able to provide, working with everyone from 911 to all the other responders to make this happen. And I do want to make a note on that vehicle. That has been approved, y'all. That was approved. It's on there, but it's not in this year's. It's not actually something that's going to have to be increased this year. It's just that it's taken a year and a half to order a vehicle now. So
Correct, yep.
So that is the reason that was noted in there. But you really don't know what is going on in emergency management until you have an emergency, and that's when it all comes together. So
yes, sir.
Thank you, Lance, for the work you do and the relationships you've got with all the local emergency people in this community, and it's probably overlooked because the only time you ever notice things sometimes is when they don't go well.
Right.
And the fact that we do things and we do it the right way and to serve our community, and I appreciate everything you do. Thank you, Lance.
Absolutely. And I want to thank I want to recognize my volunteers, the folks at the Warming Center. That's what they did back at Christmas was amazing. Just manning that Warming Center for 5 days straight was just an incredible feat, and I appreciate them. My damage assessment team folks, they put in some long hours training, and then when we asked them to respond, they don't hesitate. I want to thank folks like Bill Kilgore, who's a strike team leader for our damage assessment team. Brooks White, he's with the Sheriff's Office, but he volunteers to be a operations manager with us. Kim Starling is a volunteer coordinator, and John Huffman always helps us out with our graphics. So I want to recognize them too. But thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Lance. Next up, General Sessions judges. Like a quartet here, or trio here.
Good. Good morning.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I want to congratulate the folks that keep the HVAC working in here. It's pretty good.
Thank you.
And
yeah, I've got it. I've got the thermostat.
And I saw the Cracker Barrel van downstairs, so I'll be brief. Essentially, we do what we do. It's laid out there. I'm sure you've all read through what we do. I'm not going to repeat it. We hear all the cases that are filed in General Sessions Court, no matter what they are, civil cases, criminal cases, domestic relations cases, order protections, probate, emergency mental health commitment proceedings. If a citizen of Blount County has a misfortune to be in court, they're probably in one of our courts because of the sheer numbers we do. Am I supposed to use this thing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Which way does it go? Okay. Those are what we consider our accomplishments. The revenue that General Sessions Court receives, it all flows through cases that come through us. Monies that probation receives from the folks that we place on probation comes through cases that come through us. We send folks, require folks in some cases to do community service, benefits the different various agencies, animal shelter, who else do we do? A lot of these nonprofits, we send folks to do work. Probate or clerk and master's office, cases that come through us through probate or domestic relations, that's the projected monies that we provide them. And then, as you heard from Joni, probation, pretrial release, the monitoring that we do, we selective people we keep out of the jail, which drastically decreases the cost to the county She mentioned, you know, the county puts in $60,000 in that IMF fund. It's, you know, that's the equivalent of 3 people in jail for a year. So it helps save money, and it helps folks. Our goals are still the same. We'll keep doing what we do. We had one additional operational request. We were advised that we needed to ask for $300 extra over our last year's budget for 4 electronic mailboxes for video arraignments that we're using now that we started with COVID. That it's probably the best thing that came out of COVID for courts of what we do. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, whoever's pushing the button, that's great. We have no capital planning. We ask for nothing else. Our budget's essentially the same operational except for the $300 we're requesting and the amount of hopefully the increase that will be provided to staff. And our staff's here. Here's the faces behind the voices when you call. Sharon Hunt, Judge Gallegos, Cora Ramsey, Judge Hedrick, Becky Swatsina, me. Those are the faces. That's our staff. They run the show for us. So, y'all got anything to add? Y'all have any questions?
Questions for the judges? No, you did a great job, Judge. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Appreciate
Answered
it.
every question we had.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Judicial commissioners, I'm here on that. Our supervising judicial commissioner, Eric Hinkle, had a doctor's appointment that he couldn't miss, so I'm here. He's would normally be here with me. They are the biggest support that we have in addition to the clerk's office. They are operational 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. We have 3 full-time judicial commissioners that work Monday through Friday on around the clock. And then we utilize part-time folks for weekends and holidays. They're available for citizens, law enforcement, whenever, whatever time of the day is, to prepare warrants, issue petitions, orders of protections. They do data entry, all kinds of things that support our work in the courts. Our goals are still the same. We're asking for no additional requests. Our operational expenses are de minimis, and we're just asking that whatever is recommended for an increase in salary that they receive. That's pretty much it.
Any questions for the judge on the? Seeing none.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes,
Appreciate it. I'm glad you were comfortable here.
It feels pretty good, actually. You know, it's starting to warm up outside. Maybe my grass will start growing or something. I might have to mow it. Okay.
At this time, are you getting ready to go to 911 or what?
Yeah.
Are we ready to break for lunch? I know I saw Commissioner Stenick come, and normally that's a sign that we're getting ready to eat. So, are we gonna go ahead and go on through some more? Okay.
We need 3.
Go ahead, Judge.
I'm going to defer to Jimmy on this. It's my privilege to chair the board, and he does all the heavy lifting. So,
thank you, Your Honor. You're too kind. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Hannum. Thank you for letting me be here today. Our presentation is, most of y'all have been to the center, some of you have not, so I will briefly go through what we do. Our communication district is consolidated, which means we dispatch for all the public safety entities in the county, with one small exception. AMR is co-located with us, they're dispatchers, and they dispatch for their ambulance service as well. But it's under our roof, use the same computer-aided dispatch system that we do, so it still could be considered a little bit a little bit hybrid, but we are a consolidated public safety answering point. Dispatchers for 4 law enforcement agencies, 7 fire departments, and like I said, EMS. The 911 dispatch center, we're text to 911 capable. We have the capability to monitor all of our TDOT cameras, all the county security cameras, all the school security cameras. We monitor the security cameras at the clerk's office at the mall. We monitor the probation office, and that's quite a bit of activity. We try to keep them up all the time because they do, like the mayor mentioned when Joni was here, they stay busy. We also get cameras to drug court. So the theme of my presentation is that we're involved, we're the hub of public safety in Blount County. So we touch each and every agency that responds to any call from the community, no matter what it is. And we have to be prepared all the time. And as being that hub, I want to talk about some of the accomplishments we had in the last budget year. In addition of our backup public safety answering point, which the mayor and his staff and Lance was so gracious to work with us and partner with us on. That's in the old probation down in I wouldn't call it the basement, maybe I should call it the basement of the courthouse. So we have been building that up, which is operational now, with not all the bells and whistles, but we've been building that up through our own devices without asking for any additional funds for that to this point. Implementation of our SAR PAR technology that we did this past year. That is and I don't want to speak to the fire stuff too specific, Mr. Mayor, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it is, Commissioner Kaler, it is like allows as we see on the map down in 911, where all the vehicles can be seen, their location in the county through our AVL system, auto vehicle locator, that allows the fire commander to do the same thing with his people on a fire scene. Am I correct, Commissioner Kaler? Which is great for safety of fire personnel on the scene. So we were able to put that in to help our local fire departments. We have a Prepared Live application. As some of you were down in our demonstration recently, where we're able to initiate, we can receive text through our phone system, but we can't send them. Well, Prepared Live lets us send you a text. I can just type your phone number in and text you like I would from my phone. It also lets us send you a link so that you can see, we can take over your phone camera and see what you're doing. Or you can show us what's going on at the call while we're getting fire, police, and EMS on the way. And that come in handy with a recent wreck. We couldn't find the lady. She ran off the road into the woods, and she was able to hold her phone up and show us, what she could see so we could help direct the first responders in. We have also implemented Quickest Route, which if you have a mobile data terminal like the officers and fire personnel and EMS doing their vehicles, they can click on the call that they're seeing that we've put in the CAD system, and if they hit the map, it shows them the quickest route to the call on the map. And that's big because we have a lot of young folks and many folks now that working for us, especially those out in the field that didn't grow up in Blount County, that don't know where Turkey Pen Branch is. Well, that helps them find it. So, and that's stuff that the 911 Center has done. It doesn't directly affect our personnel, but it affects the public safety community in Blount County. Our radio redundancy project, we're working with MACnet, with the mayor's office and EMA, and we've commissioned fiber to be put in at the Townsend Tower site, which is redundancy for our radio system. Also at the Look Rock site, we'll have a fiber point-to-point with the assistance of AUB and MUB that will help us have redundancy at that tower site. And what that redundancy does, our radio system works on a microwave. So when the wind blows like it's supposed to tonight, sometimes those microwaves get off. And when they get off, puts our radio out. Well, these fiber connections will work anyway. Will keep us up and running. And that is for every first responder, whether it be rescue squad, Townsend Volunteer Fire Department, Seymour, Friendsville Volunteer Fire, Greenback Fire, any first responder that touches a radio in Blount County benefits from that. So what we've took on our role and accepted our responsibility as the hub of 911 in Blount County. And I'm very blessed to have board members that support that and that work well together, as the mayor indicated earlier, better than any other, not to throw off on any county, better than any other county around us, because I talk to those folks too. So when we look at our additional request, what our request was is an 8% increase in the amount that we're funded through Blount County, Maryville, and Alcoa governments. And the money for that is, currently this year, I've been 9 people down for over a year. We've hired those folks, so they're still not productive yet. In other words, they're in training, so I can't turn them loose. They're on a leash. So they're not really helping me yet. So I'm projected to be about $65,000 over in my pay overtime budget this year. In addition to that, we're trying to do these things like this, as well as trying to build up our backup PSAP. And we don't know what we're going to be able to do for our staff as far as salaries this year. That hasn't been determined yet. I think Your Honor, we were part of the salary study that the county's doing. So with all that, facing all that, we are able to cover this probably this past year because of some a little bit more funding than we expected from the state, but that's not guaranteed each year. So we're up against it as far as the things we're trying to do, covering our personnel. And I don't have the luxury of grabbing somebody from another part of my operation and putting them in a chair and dispatch, because I don't have any other part of my operation. Everybody there is focused on dispatching. So to keep people in those seats, I can't skimp. I have to have somebody there for each agency when they make that radio call. So the reason for our request this year is to make sure that overtime budget is covered, that we can continue to build up the backup PSAP, and make sure our expenses are covered in the upcoming year.
We're asking for an 8% increase in the investment that the county makes in the citizens of this county. Safety of the citizens.
You're asking all the entities for 8%,
Yes,
us,
sir.
Maryville, and Alcoa.
And our funding comes from various sources. Of course, the cities, county puts in their share, the cities put in their share, the state funds us. We have monies from the 911 rate on your phone bill, and that's pretty much it.
If you haven't had a chance to go down there and see what's going on 24/7, you ought to take the opportunity to, and I'm sure that Jimmy would be more than happy to take you on a VIP tour of what's going, because you have it's amazing what all's going on down there.
The operations down there, and I'm biased, they rival a county 3 times our size.
Absolutely.
And we are certified with CALEA, just as all the local law enforcement and fire agencies are. We decided, if they want to do this, we want to do it also. When we first did it 12, 15 years ago?
Yes, sir, about 15.
15 years ago, we were only the 4th communications district in the state to have that certification. We've had it ever since. So.
I tell you, I want to say this: the monitoring, the camera monitoring at our schools, and with the alerts with the SARA system, to where if a teacher presses the button, your cameras all go to the area that they're. I mean, you're watching whatever caused them to have to push the button.
Yes, sir.
You're going to be looking at what's going on immediately, real time.
Yes, sir.
And everyone you're dispatching, so you've seen the terrible situations you've had, like in Texas and places where they didn't know what they were going to face, when they're going to be told with this SARA system, everything that's going on in the area, in a surrounding area of rooms, hallway, everything. It's right there in front of y'all, and that's amazing that we, a county this size, and we have that kind of a security technology in place in our school system. The fact that we have a PSAP backup system and what y'all been able to do on that has been just absolutely amazing. And the training center down there is second to none with technology and what they're able to provide. And it's just we're very. Sometimes I hate to be to think that I'm becoming accustomed to being accustomed, but you get accustomed to always having the fiber, you know, being able to put fiber into our towers and things that other areas can't even, they have no idea how you even start to put that technology in place, and the things that you all have done down there and what we've been able to do working as a county and the Maryville and Alcoa, all of us working together, 911. It's just been, it's amazing what we've been able to do to ensure the safety of the, and do as much as we can to make sure our citizens are safe.
If you remember the Christmas bombing in Nashville that took out the phone systems there for days, weeks, they are still, the various cities and players are still squabbling over granting rights across their property to lay fiber. We don't have a problem here.
We're losing our MACnet system is absolutely and totally connected and engaged. So, Jimmy, thank you for the job you do down there.
You're welcome, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all very much.
Yeah.
I got a comment. I got a comment, please.
Commissioner Kaler.
I don't have a question. I've got a quick comment. I want to brag just a second on the comm center. My perspective is 35 years of working with the comm center as a member of public safety, and most recently, well, for the last 8 to 10 years, I've had the pleasure of serving on the board of directors for the 911 center. I have one. Thank you, Judge. And I just want to say, Judge Brewer said a minute ago, there may be some bigger facilities, and there are certainly facilities that have more employees, but I guarantee you, because I've seen, there are none that operate any higher level than what our comm center provides us. There's so many things they have that other agencies don't. And I'll end with this. I mean, no disrespect towards former directors or members, but I can tell you since Chief Long took over as the director of the comm center, I'll be selfish here from a fire service perspective, what we've seen is 1,000-time increase in the services that we are specifically provided, not only with the mapping, the camera systems, but actually dedicated dispatchers for the fire service. We never had that before. And I can't speak for only the city of Maryville, but we run 5,000 calls a year. That's 5,000 times a year that our personnel interact with the comm center. And believe me, the things that are going on down there make a difference. The general public doesn't know that, but I can tell you, it saves lives. So.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
I want to thank you both for what you do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jimmy. Judge, thank you.
Mayor, thank you.
Next up will be the Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks again for a great process. We really enjoy the fact that you allow us to come up and highlight and showcase our agency and what Sheriff Brong and his leadership has done for the last several years. Just kind of wanted to go through our org chart. Most of you all are aware of what that is. What we do, some of the things, if you don't know, there's a list of operations and functions that the Sheriff's Office has to take care of, and some people just think, well, you patrol and keep prisoners, but there's a host of things up there that we do that are very important to the community, and one of the things that you and the Sheriff implemented several years ago was the EMR program, which is still, it's award-winning, to say the least. We won an award with the state from your all's leadership and vision, but just want to give you an idea of what we do. This is our mission statement. I'm not going to read it to you, but basically the sheriff has set a standard for our community, and the Protect and Serve motto means more if I can steal something from the SEC in Blount County than I think anywhere else. We go above and beyond, and he expects a lot, and not only of us, but of himself. And I think you can see in the response that we get in the community and how the men and women in the Sheriff's Office work. I think it's a great reflection on the Sheriff's Office and his leadership. I just want to go over a few things. say this every year, we have kind of our own budget process. We sit down with the functions and the function leaders the deputy chiefs who you will hear from in each respective area, what they're asking for, what they need. And what we bring to you is a need, it's not a want. We've gone through and trimmed some of the stuff that maybe had been on the list that they were asking for. And maybe we were able to, in a previous budget, even fulfill that need that they had. So that was able to be taken off. One of the things that I wanted to highlight is the Corrections Bridge Program. It's a retirement program, 2555. As you know, our deputy sheriffs in our agency. If you're assigned to a function, it doesn't matter what, if that's courts, if that's corrections, if that's juvenile, you're all a deputy sheriff. And all the post-certified deputies have a bridge program with a 2555 retirement. The state has recently passed that for corrections. So that's one of the things that we would like for you all to consider and see if we can get that taken care of for our corrections officers. The last thing that I'll speak of before the sheriff comes up is obviously there's a need in inmate housing, and everybody knows that, and I'm not gonna belabor that, but I just wanted to make that point. And I appreciate all the efforts that the CARES Committee and the mayor and Randy and Brian have done to set some money aside to help try to combat some things. And we'll have some presentation from Chief Cantrell that will talk about some needed things as far as programming in the jail that maybe gets us to the next phase of some transition type programs and things that we're looking forward to and hopefully get implemented in. So with that, I'm going to introduce Sheriff Barong, and he's going to go kind of talk about some of the goals and objectives and just give you a little piece of what he would like to say. So once again, Mayor, Committee, thank you very much for allowing us to be a part of it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for giving us this opportunity to stand before you and speak about the Sheriff's Office. First of all, I want to say thank you to what you have done the last few years to continue to help us service the community. And like this child abuse investigator has been amazing impact, having an additional person there. The 10 additional EMR program supplements, as the mayor, I think most of you as county commissioners know how effective that is in our community, how much that means, and the support we have out there and the lives it has changed. The jail locks and seal codes, strike parking, things of that nature, replacing air handlers out of Fund 112. Thank you for allowing us to do that. We applied for a grant last year on the COPS program, and we were fortunate, one of the few in the state that got anybody, or 3 deputies and patrol vehicles. And we're in the process. It was set on path, but I think the Drug Task Force building, you supported that, and hopefully that will work out good, because we have such partnerships with the state and federal agencies that want to come and work with us to have the hub here and do some more technology things that we can keep our community safe is really a big deal to us, and how Blount County will go forward. I would like to share this a little bit, and I've been saying this because this is what I was told about a year ago. In Blount County, what's happening here in East Tennessee is everything bad happens, or most things bad happen, come through Atlanta or Detroit. And they come in from there to Knoxville. Then they fragment out to Blount County and some smaller counties. But the transition from the federal intelligence I'm getting is Knoxville, they're bypassing the cartel that we dealt with a couple of weeks ago, a major issue. They're bypassing Atlanta and Detroit, they're coming straight to Knoxville. So right as we're speaking, the transition is happening, that Knoxville will become the new Atlanta, Knoxville will become the new Detroit, and guess what? We're becoming the new Knoxville. And we need to have the tools of the trade, and you all have been very generous with allowing us to, with tools and support things through the years to combat them. And please let us continue to help us keep Maryville and Blount County and Alcoa what it is today. The goals we have this year is staff to reduce response time. Big county or call volume, had dropped down through COVID. It's growing back with the growth that you all see every day. When you drive through town, you can't hardly make it. Maintenance of facilities, the grower inmate program to assist with reentry. We've had that board about maybe a building that the county had bought some property. Through COVID, air population had reduced, but we would like some people in there that can do that in our facility now that have the program on site built, and when we do go somewhere permanently, we'll have that program already built with staff. And we can do a lot of good things in our building today that we could in another building if we had the employees to just try to focus on the recidivism and things of that nature. Competitive livable wage, and I've talked about this for a number of years, but we've got to get my guys and girls a livable wage. I mean, I'm on a mission. I want to accomplish that. As the resident of the county and the taxpayer of the county, it's cheaper to keep them, like I said before, and we train these guys and girls, and we have a high level of standard. I don't want to lower our standards, as some sheriff's offices, some cities and law enforcement agencies across the state and nation have done. We're not going to lower ours. We want to keep good and retain good quality employees that will make the right decisions and won't make a bad decision that will cost this county millions of dollars because they didn't have any experience or the right training. So instead of retraining everybody to get somebody back on the ground, the sheriff's office, a patrol or certified deputy is almost a year to have boots on the ground. So when we're 10 short, we're 10 short for a year. Now if we lose another 10 in that process, we're short 20 for 2 years basically then. So we got to look out for the future and continue to grow, continue to combat the issues that arise with the attraction. For other people to leave for a few $1,000s more or a lot more than that sometimes, we need to keep them in-house once we spend all that money in training them. Enhance officer training, provide the citizens with a safe place to work, live, and play, and obviously safety in our schools, which we are very proud of our SRO program, one of the first in the state, and I would dare say we are the best in the state. But that's my short overview of it. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Cantrell. He's in the chief of jail. Chief. Do y'all have any questions before I sit down? I'll be here. Any questions that you might have before I sit down?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. What you have noted here about the air handling systems in the jails, when we go in to inspect, you can tell a noticeable difference everywhere. I'm not finding mold anywhere. I'm not finding any of that stuff anymore, haven't for a while. And so I just want to say kudos to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for this opportunity. As I look up there at the board, I realize I got to lose some weight. I was a lot smaller in that picture. Chief Clark is handing out a little sheet that we came up with our team in the jail to start talking about the staffing to start our own type of reentry program in the jail, asking for a director's position, a full-time instructor, and a clerk to help keep up with our paperwork, our literature, and the direction we're wanting to move in. A lot of the more simpler things that we'll be able to do with the reentry process would be help someone get them started on the right path of getting a driver's license back when they get out of jail. Help them fill out job applications. Help them come up with a resume. Help them find out what am I looking at in terms of court costs and fines that I need to pay. What's my child support? Just anything that it's real hard for them to be able to do, and sometimes almost impossible to do while they're incarcerated. But that list that Chief Clark handed out, that's not an inclusive list, just everything we would do. Obviously, it's something we would research. I've got a gentleman who's assigned to the jail now as an investigator, was one of the reentry directors in Rutherford County. And he's been a very valuable asset in coming up with this information and the things that we could do on our scale. Part of it is with the instructor. Right now, we've got I've taken a line staff slot and I've moved him 3 days a week to instruction doing the MRT classes, the moral recognition therapy. It's been a hit so far. Our numbers are low just because it's difficult to get the screening process out of the way, him only having 3 days a week that he teaches. He teaches more than half a day, then he's got a half a day or a little less than half a day that he's getting all these information put in, his tracking. And then the other 2 days that he works, he's having to work line staff, so he's not able to dedicate any time to that. We've got about 11 to 12 right now that are in the MRT classes. We're also looking at, he is certified, or either is certified or working on certifications to be able to teach workforce readiness and financial peace. So if we're able to get that instructor position to move him full-time, that would be his entire responsibilities and duties day to day. And right now of our inmate population, we're running about 380 today. We've got 79 who are enrolled in classes. And again, that's doing as good as we can with what we have. We really think we can at least get another half of that 79, look at least getting another 40 to 50 that we can get in those classes and be able to run those 5 days a week. One thing we would not be doing, a program that we have, is our HiSET program, GED. Just to note, in the last year, I believe we've had 11 inmates who've gotten their GED while they've been incarcerated. Moving on, asking for 2 court support deputies to help with the workload that's in the court system and even assist with civil process. We generally run and average about 17 to 22,000 civil papers a year that our office is required to serve. We're having to pull those guys into court sometimes because at any point in time we could have 6 courts going at the Justice Center with all the courtrooms plus the jury pool room running if the chancellor's in town and having court, and then we've got the 3 courtrooms over here. So we're really hurting manpower wise to be able to adequately cover our courts. And if you don't know, the court operations have changed significantly since COVID. Inmates no longer routinely come upstairs from the jail to court. We've got the video system hooked up in each pod. Whereas before it would take 1 deputy to be able to take 30 or so up to court. Now it takes at least 3 to be able to run the 2 pods and 1 in between if we got inmates that are still in booking. So it's really running us thin. We like it as far as the safety and security of it is, because we don't have one person watching 30 to 40 inmates in a courtroom now, but it does require a little bit more from our folks. The capital request would be the juvenile detention center downstairs, the control board that operates all the doors coming in and out of the facility. The system is old. It's the original system to the best of my knowledge. We can't get the parts for it anymore. We've got a couple of the cells that the juveniles are housed in that the speaker's not functioning. So if they're experiencing some type of an emergency, they can't get a hold of us if we get put in a position where we have to use those 2. And I'm not going to sit and read that list to you that's there. You can see everything that's messed up with that control board, and it's really in need of being replaced. All right, that's all of mine. Is there any questions I can answer?
We probably ought to hit the questions when is it over what Chris has just talked about? Any questions? So in looking at your additional requests, Chief, you've itemized the corrections, bridge, and the 2 support deputies. So I'm looking back here. So on the, what you're talking about with the new director, instructor, clerk, that comes to 203,500. Is that, am I putting numbers with what the,
Yes, based on the current pay scale.
okay. 2 courts support deputies. How many, so I'm looking at the request on 2 court support deputies at 235,000.
Yes, including vehicle.
So that's 115,000 apiece. Okay. So when I'm looking at this and then I'm looking at the individual, that's when you've got the total cost. Because on the original one, it's not total cost, it's just broke down cost. And then as I'm looking at these other sheets, I'm looking at total cost per request, correct? Okay. And on the retirement benefit to bring corrections into the bridge, that's 175 a year. Is that the 3.5% addition to the? Okay. Okay. All right. That's the only questions I had. Thank you.
Glad Angela was able to answer those for you.
You did.
Thank y'all for allowing me the time to be able to speak in regards to the additional request that I have for the budget. I've come before this body 2 or 3 years now, and I know it seems like a broken record, but that's kind of the point that where we're at right now. I know the sheriff spoke on it, just real brief on manpower issues and those kinds of things. So I'll be real brief, especially since it's after lunch. I know it's kind of brutal sitting here listening. So I'll be real brief on what I have to say. But, I've asked for 15 deputies, obviously, over a 3-year period. That's 5 deputies per year. Realizing that we were able to apply and get the 3 deputies for the COPS grant this year, I'd be more than happy to cut a deal with you. If you'll give me 2, that'll give me my 5 for this year. So anyway, in regards to that, I just had a few things I wanted to talk about in regards to that. Our patrol zones, there's 4 patrol zones within Blount County. There's zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3 and 4, of course. The size of those zones are roughly about 140 square miles that a deputy has to cover. Zone 1 is from Montville Road to 321. Zone 2 picks up from 321 to Alcoa Highway. And then zone 3 is from Alcoa Highway to Sevierville Road. And then, of course, zone 4, what I consider one of the biggest zones as far as the area goes. If you look at it, Sevierville Road to Montville, that's a lot of territory to cover. I mean, that's Townsend, Wallen area. Also, that entails the Park Service, which is Cades Cove. A lot of people don't realize that, if it wasn't for the park, we'd have to cover the Cades Cove area up there as well, too. And we do have an agreement with the park to be able to help out in regards to that. So, as you can tell, that's a lot of area. If you were to break the county down, it's 567 square miles roughly. 559 miles of that is land. The other 8 square miles is going to be water that we have to cover. So when you start looking at that, you start looking at the number of calls and things we have, and I'll address that in just a few minutes as far as those numbers go. But going back to the number of deputies that we added, in 2017, we were able to add 6 deputies through the COPS grant program. In 2017, we utilized 3 of those deputies to be able to shore up the school resource officer program at that particular time. And we applied last year as well, not this past year, 21 as well, for 15 new deputies through the COPS grant. We didn't get any. The whole state of Tennessee was able to get 7 out of that COPS grant. As I mentioned earlier, we were very fortunate to be able to get the 3 that we got this year. Obviously, when we applied for those, And we do know that obviously when we apply for that stuff, then it has to be, approved with the commission and have your all's blessing to be able to do that as well. And we certainly appreciate that. Like I said earlier, I'm asking for 5 a year for the next 3 years, which would give us 15 deputies to be able to supplement and to put in to patrol. Staffing is something I think that's always going to be an issue for us. I know a lot of people, get upset when we come and ask for staff, but I can assure you that if it wasn't a need, I wouldn't be asking for it. To sit and think about the monetary amount that it requires to put one deputy on the road now, especially with inflation and stuff, it's just astronomical right now. We were having a discussion the other day about the price of cars. Cars went up $10,000 or $12,000, and we know that's where it's at. And obviously, I wouldn't be asking for something if we didn't need it. To be truthfully with you and honest with you, I probably need to have our shift lieutenants come up here and explain the fact of the need for manpower, because they're the ones on a daily basis that have to manage the call volume and stuff that we have within the county now. If we go back to 2017, I use 2017 for a reference because that was the last time we added any deputies on through the COPS grant. We were looking at 129,000 citizens at that particular time. Here we are 9 years later, and we've jumped almost 9,000 at that particular time. I mean, we're at 138,000 people for the county. And so if you look at that 9,000 people, you don't think that's a lot, but you start breaking it down, for the number of citizens we have, for the number of officers that are out there answering calls, is quite a bit. And I don't have to say as well, when our population increases, so does our call volume. The number of calls that we're handling through Comm Center, the number of calls that deputies are having to deal with from an officer-initiated standpoint as well, too. In 2017, we had 65,437 calls. Last year, we had 71,581. So, if you look at that roughly, that percentage change right there, 6,000 calls, that's quite a bit when you start looking at it. And you all know as well as I do, the sheriff talked about retention factor. We've lost a lot of people over that period of time, but we've still maintained the level of service for the citizens of Blount County with less people, and it's so hard and taxing on the deputies to be able to do that. They're having to come in and work a lot of overtime and those kinds of things. And you say, well, if you're minus deputies and you're not filling those positions, it's not that we can't fill those positions. It just takes 6 months at a bare bones minimum, 3 months in an academy, 3 months of FTO or field training to be able to get them up to speed where they're out on their own. So realistically, a year before they're up and functioning the way we need to have them function with the 6 months of experience once they gain that first year. So when you look at that, I know I probably said a mouthful up here in regards to that, and I hope if there's any questions, you'll be able to ask those questions in regards to what I've talked about in regards to that. But, I think that every citizen of Blount County deserves to have the same opportunity for service that everyone else gets. But it seems like right now, the calls for service that we're having is requiring more deputies. And when I say more deputies, the type of call, violence against people and those kinds of things. You say, well, violence against, is that on the rise? Yeah, I would like to sit here and tell you that it's not, but I'd be lying to you if I did. We are having those type of calls. The propensity for people to be able to get upset and get mad and want to assault people is greater than it's ever been right here in Blount County. And not only the citizens who are getting assaulted, but also the deputies when they're having to deal with those kind of calls. And so by it taking those deputies off the street, it may take, before it could have took one deputy to handle a call. Now it's taking 2 or 3 deputies to handle a call. So if you call in for mailbox vandalism, we may have to tell you have to wait a few minutes. And, that's not something that the sheriff wants to be able to do, is to tell citizens they have to wait. But there has been times that we've been having to do that. So hopefully, as we increase our deputies, then that will give everybody a fair advantage to be able to say, hey, they care about my call as well as everybody else's call. So, and we want to provide the best service that we can for the citizens in Blount County. That's always been the sheriff's goal. But I'll tell you, it's getting harder and harder to do with the population growth and the number of calls and things that we're having. And like I said before, who better to say than the supervisors that are having to deal with it every day and do those scheduling of those deputies. So That's all I have for you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Anyone have any questions for Chief Clark?
All right, thank you all for your time.
Jeff, I'm looking at the, when you're talking for
Yes, sir.
5 new patrol deputies. Are we, is 40,205, is that what we're starting at right now?
Yes, that's the same as on the current pay scale. Based on, yes. 39.6, yeah, that's what I was gonna say, yeah.
Okay, all right. That's all, thank you very much.
And then the capital, I don't know, just capital is just basically furniture issues that we've had to replace furniture and stuff in the roll call area, so thank you all very much.
Thank you all again for having us today. I want to welcome Nick Bright to your first big budget year, so welcome. And of course, if you have any questions with your journey and along the way, don't hesitate to reach out at us well if we need to do some one-on-ones or anything with you. But it's always good to see you guys, and we thank you again for allowing us this opportunity. So one of the programs that's been mentioned a few times today is the EMR program that we're able to do. We have 63 spots. Currently, we have 62 of those filled. We will be doing another class later this year for those vacancies that we may have if someone leaves or doesn't maintain their certification. So what we kind of come up with this year is kind of using the same funding mechanism and the same equipment, but maybe allowing some of those EMRs that come in early on to have advanced training. And with doing advanced training, kind of the next step is the EMT. So that's what you're looking at for the additional request. To basically, we would take 62 of those folks, maybe do a poll or doing an interview process to see which 5 we think would be best for that, and then allow them and send them to school to get their EMT. Just for numbers' sake, basically those EMRs that we currently have answered 3,200 calls last year, medical calls to the citizens of Blount County. Also, as part of the additional capital request is the AEDs. So those first ones that we purchased back in 2017 are now going on 6 years old, and time to start replacing those, getting new batteries, replacing the out-of-date units with the newer, smaller, compact versions. So just having a cycle rate for those items to be able to replace. Furniture is beginning a hot topic this year, and I think it's something that we need to look at every year because we're still in the same furniture that we had in 1999 when we first opened the Justice Center. So a lot of the desk and a lot of the furniture itself is still put together by duct tape and clear tape in a lot of areas. So we just would like to have some sort of mechanism in place to maybe start replacing some of that out annually instead of having to do it all at one time. And that $50,000 that we're mentioning would basically just to redo the records office, start with them, and then kind of move throughout the Justice Center. Smartphones, people kind of giggle and smile when we bring this up, but does anyone have any idea what our deputies carry now, what we issue them? It's a flip phone. And basically went from pagers to flip phones. But as you know, technology has since grown and become more expensive in a lot of ways. But I can tell you for a deputy to have a flip phone is basically a one-way conversation. It's basically to receive calls only. We require deputies to be on call 24/7. In case there's an emergency or something in our area, we need to be able to reach out to them and get them here. By providing them with smartphones, it would be a two-way device, obviously for texting and managing and internet. A lot of the things that we use, such as our body cams, our in-car cams, all require you to tag those videos, like add a case number and add details about certain calls that they go on. That way they would be able to do that remotely in the field. You know, we discourage the use of personal cell phones in our job because that phone could be evidence as well. If there's pictures or evidence on that phone, on their personal phone, then it can be subject to court proceedings, and we don't want to, we want to eliminate that, so giving deputies smartphones. We've looked at several different plans. Right now, we're paying on the state contract for the flip phones about $5 a month for each deputy to have one. To get a smartphone, you basically get those phones for free, and then it's about $39, $40 a month per device to keep those online. So the cost that you're looking at would actually be an annual cost. And then I will turn it over to Miss Angelie and just let her go over the capital planning that we've been doing and kind of what we've done and where we're going.
I don't know if you have that sheet in front of you, but that just kind of sums up our additional requests. There are a couple at the end: the tire balancer for the garage, 3 network wiring closets that Keith Hackney, our IT director, has requested. The reason we didn't present those separately is we really do try to cover what we can within our own budget from year to year. So we're hoping, fingers crossed, that we'll be able to cover those 2 by the end of this year. But if not, we may be bringing those to you at a later time. And I guess I do just want to say that, and I sent to Carrie in Finance our capital plan that she had last year that we submitted. I think we knocked off probably 12 to 15 at least capital requests that we asked you for last year within our own budget without coming to you to ask for extra funds. And we do try really hard to do that. Unfortunately, like we said, we can't always fill our positions, so you've allowed us, usually in the last quarter of the year, to use any of those funds that we haven't been able to use to cover some of those capital expenditures. So between that, and I try to apply for every possible grant that I can to cover expenses. So we really do try to be efficient and effective and cover what we can. So these are just the capital requests, the new ones that we're asking you for this year. But I do want to make a note. We're in the 4th of our 5-year contract with Axon for our body cam and our in-car cams. And those, it runs about $570,000 a year. And again, gratefully, you guys put those in our budget every year, but the 5th year is coming up, and so those will have to be renewed. And I'm not sure what the cost of that is going to be coming forward, but I just wanted that to be on the horizon for next year. I didn't want that to be a surprise. Also, thank you. We're in our 2nd year of the Motorola communications, and you guys have handled that for us. The other things that we had on our capital requests last year that are still there, I'm sure Carrie will provide to you guys what we're still asking for. Also, just want to make a note, we are incredibly grateful for the funding in 112 for the jail lock repair and all of that. I didn't know, but was made aware, Chief Cantrell told me, again, very grateful, but that only covered 1/8 of the jail locks that needed to be replaced in the jail. It covered 1 pod. So you may be seeing that again in the future, or if that's something you could add to recurring budget from year to year as well. But if you have any questions on capital or any other budget questions that you want to address to me, I'll be happy to answer them or get the right person up here to answer.
Does anyone have any questions for Angelie? Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I know we're wrapping up, but I just wanted to make mention, Chief Talbot had surgery. I forgot to mention, he had shoulder surgery and was not able to be here, but he appreciates the child abuse investigators that you all have given us over the last couple of years. Those investigators, just number-wise, have investigated over 400 child abuse claims in Blount County per year. So each one of those are about 200 apiece. So I just wanted to mention that and say thanks again for that and give you kind of a number and let you know where he was at. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any questions I might be able to answer or have these guys?
Commissioner Kaler?
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure I'll talk with y'all later on this, but I just wanted to ask, I'm very pleased to see that we're asking for that third child abuse investigator. It's been on my bucket list, I guess you'd call it, or pet peeve of mine. Just a quick question. Are we looking at possibly looking towards someone to investigate elder abuse issues?
That would be our goal with that position.
Both. Thank you.
Ms. Annam, go ahead.
Sheriff, I just have one question. Do you have any idea, as it relates to succession planning and all that, how many of your employees are looking to retire in the next couple of years? You have a number that you don't have to provide it today, but.
And that brings me back to the point I was going to make before I sit down. We have a growing number of people in the next 2 to 3 years, and an upper level people that is getting ready to leave because of the 2555. And that's why I really wanted to mention it on the corrections at the same place. They have some aging people that have stuck with us through the years. And we went to 2555 retirement patrol in about 2008 or 9, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 2008. We saved so much money. It was unbelievable because the people were, the higher level pay left, and we replaced them with entry-level people. So the corrections, 2555 would pay for itself, I guarantee it. Based on history, we saw patrol, but to answer your question, I don't have the number, and I thought about the same question you're asking when I was sitting down there. I should have compiled that, but Chief, do you have in patrol, how many?
Just right off the top, within the next 2 years, there's 5 people I can think of in regards to that. That's a couple of lieutenants. We've got a school resource officer who's retiring this year, which will be an intelligence this year, obviously, in regards to that. There's 2 or 3 other people who showed some interest possibly in regards to that. So around 5 for sure within the next 2 years. Like I said, 2 of those being some of our patrol lieutenants and things that's there.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone
Thanks
else?
for allowing us time to go.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks for putting in front of them too.
Yeah. Highway Department's the only one that we actually have to break for supper at. Is there any other questions for the Sheriff's Department before we go on? Thank you, guys. Thank you all very much for everything you do. This community appreciates y'all. Y'all, that's the reason, people talk about why they move here, and always in the top 2 is safety. They're leaving a place that it wasn't safe for them to raise their family, and they came here because we are a place that you can safely raise your family. And that's goes to our law enforcement, but I want to say that you all, and the fact that we're being very proactive on this, on what's coming, because it's coming. And I think if we don't stay, if you ever get behind it, you can never catch it. And I think that's one of the reasons we need to be aggressive about stopping everything from Blount County doesn't want to become Knox County. We don't want to ever be, we don't want to even be compared to what they're dealing with over there with crime and things. And that's something people think it's never going to happen, but it'll happen, and it'll be on you before you know it. And I think that we've been very fortunate with a great commission that's been very proactive, and I think we still have that commission in place. So I think I don't want my kids and grandkids to be scared to live where they call home. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Does anyone need to take a 30-minute break for the Highway Department? Next up, Highway Department with Mr. Jeff Hedrick, Mr. Thomas Lloyd. Oh my gosh, why would you say that?
I understand. Ready?
We're ready.
Well, first of all, I've struggled with this schedule for a week before we got placed. I get it, a spanking. And so I know I messed with Jimbo's milkshake lunch and Friday in general. And I delayed the mayor from food in general. So I understand I'm at 2 o'clock. So lastly, with all due respect to Judge Brewer, but if more people looked like you and me, they would appreciate Sub-Zero. So thank you. Yeah. I'll keep it short and sweet, promise. So what we do, 1,100 miles of road, resurfacing, mowing, tree removal, storm cleanup, maintaining ditches and right of way, replacing the tiles before we pave, bridges, keeping up with all the highway equipment, trucks. That also includes all the development vehicles and things that are used there. We keep those up as well. Permit the utility work within the right of way. Obviously treat the roads with calcium and salt during emergency conditions. Accomplishments. Obviously the glass mill was.
Jeff, you've got a clicker there. If you, no way it'll move with you.
Oh, okay. Somebody did it.
You there? Okay.
Okay.
You're there, good.
Glass mill, state of the art. Thank you all very much for believing in us and what that glass mill can do. It's amazing. And some of the things we'll be rolling out in the years to come are going to be amazing for Blount County. Been 3 magazines that I know of to date across the state. Way station, part of that. Thank you for that. We're measuring storm debris, glass coming in, glass going out. Working with other entities, Friendsville, Louisville, just to mention a few that when they're in need of material, we're not guessing at it anymore. Somebody was probably getting cheated, so it's accurate when it goes out. Again, thank you for the confidence and extra money for paving. We're right on 70 miles of paving. Same thing again for the striping truck that you all believed in us. And again, we said there would be paint on roads that's never seen paint, and that's happened. Allowing us to do the Cold Springs Bridge out of highway funds because the state aid bucket just doesn't fill fast enough. Guardrails, been working with the Sheriff's Department of identifying where there were known injuries or fatalities. We've tried to target those areas with funds for guardrail and go do those. North Springview Bridge with state aid money, got it replaced. Forced air curtain that continues to save thousands of dollars for Blount County. I'd say it's past thousands of dollars at this point. Because again, in my first 3 months at the Highway Department, taking brush to a place in town, we had a invoice for $26,000. So you can imagine in 7 years what we've done with that air curtain, that savings for the citizens. Okay, 23, 24 goals. Continue to make travel, obviously on Blount County roads, as safe as possible by enhancing the integrity of the roads. Response time for emergency and storm situations. Again, collaboration with the sheriff's department and his guys with chainsaws, them giving us the ability to be on Chief Long's 911 on that system has really enhanced the response time. Maintain the right-of-way with proactive tree removal and mowing. Once again, y'all have helped us do that with the brush truck. We have one. That takes 2 people in a brush truck versus 4 people, a truck, trailer, backhoe, and you blessed us to have another one, obviously on the way. Road signage on a cycle to meet state regulations and county seal. You afforded us the ability last year to get a piece of equipment that processes the sign, the label on the sign to go on the metal to where there's no letters that peel and stick. We don't have $4 in a county seal. It's all one sheet and it laps over. And that machine also has the new reflectivity design that's required across the state. We're almost 98% of all signs now with that. Who checks that? I don't know across the state, but we're about there. Build and implement the 1,000-ton state-of-the-art salt facility, 35-gallon calcium station. So where we're at right now, we're good for one storm. We're sized for a county a third our size. So we've run the gauntlet. We've been very lucky. We've tried to reorder salt and calcium as soon as we can, but the delivery times are becoming more and more tough. And so what we expect and designed is what would meet the needs for 1,100 miles of road. Additional requests, of course, you see additional vegetation crew member. That goes along with the storm response. That goes along with the new brush truck that's coming. And just trying to stand a tree crew that works all the time. You know, we have 62 people probably. And if we have a storm, there's no paving. There's no storm drainage, there's no signage, there's no mowing, everything. If something happens, everybody has to go do that. During paving season, a lot of that other stuff shut down because we got to have somebody drive trucks. And so that's where that's coming from. Promotions within the department. I think last year I talked about the CDL training certification we worked on for 6 years. We got that certification. It saved the county thousands of dollars. That personnel, that training just doesn't happen. And of course, it'd be very expensive to hire people. We've done all that internally with the people that we robbed from asphalt or cutting trees to train. Last year, we met our criteria of 10 successful passes. Again, you go now, that could cost you anywhere $8,000 to $9,000 to achieve that goal per individual. And again, we're doing that training with our own folks. So that's why those promotions are well warranted. Along with that, over the last 6 years as we hire, we've asked that within 6 months to have your CDL. I mean, it's just good business. That's what we do. We need everybody that can drive a truck, pull a trailer, move a piece of equipment or what have you. Those ones in the past that came on board before that have now accomplished getting their CDLs and they have been beneficial. And with that, I'll say all the other briefings that I have watched, and I think there's a reoccurring theme that we've got to make an effort to retain our folks and them not leave and go somewhere else. And kudos to the mayor and you all and everybody here at the courthouse for for the study that's being done, because that was a proactive effort to keep our folks. Additional requests, we can flip through them, real quick. The one, the vegetation crew, the 39,900, that includes benefits. The employee promotions, I pretty much explained those, I think, if you have it.
Jeff, can I ask you about that? On the promotions, in the existing classification study, does it show where they need to be? Does it tell you if they get that training, and that's where, so you're basing, when you say employee promotion, you're just wanting them to move them to that step above where they are now, where it shows with that training they should be, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So yeah, that 39.2, basically, I've explained that. Capital planning, go through real quick, the Vocera security system. You could spend quite a bit of time talking about that. Once again, that's a system like the school. We're trying to stay standardized with what the rest of Blount County is using. We as a whole staff don't necessarily on a daily basis tell people what they want to hear. By and large, you tell them they're not zoned right, or they can't do this or that. That don't set well. Or they unintentionally hit a pothole or experience something that's out of our control at that point in time. They're not happy. So that system, we think, would integrate with everything else in Blount County. Large asphalt, it's listed as grinder. That's a milling machine that mills up asphalt. And so 7 years ago, I inherited several subdivisions that have what is called curb and gutter. The bottom of the gutter is concrete, and the curb is attached as concrete. So unfortunately, to do that properly, you have to mill the asphalt down. If you pave and you don't mill, you pave out the gutter. That messes up the drainage. That situation with curb and gutter in subdivisions I fixed 6.5 years ago. We don't do curb and gutter anymore. However, we have subdivisions with curb and gutter, and we'll have some areas of industrial work that will have curb and gutter. So that's a very big need. A rubber tire backhoe, that's not a traditional backhoe. It's a 450 capable of doing what a track hoe would do. A lot of the big tile we're replacing, we need that instead of a track hoe with tracks that tear up asphalt when you twist and turn. This machine is capable of doing that, but it's on tires. Vehicles, that's getting back in line with the schedule we set forth 7 years ago, and then COVID happens and we get everything that we're doing, and so we've gotten behind on that. Salt calcium office expansion to continue to do more things at the Ops Center. It goes hand in hand, with John Wilson and the things he does, teaching canning classes, kids about gardens, from our bees, from the apiary, Mr. Parton's classes of training. We just had cooking class the last 2 nights, beef masters the night before, and a called planning commission meeting on Monday night. So with all those things, that's allowing us to do more and take pressure off this room. Ground penetrating radar, it's going to identify utilities that nobody knows where they're at. Back in the day when they ran sewer lines and water lines, they didn't put what's called a tracer wire. And so without that tracer wire, you're guessing probably where that utility is. With this piece of equipment, it's going to show us where it's at in the ground. Trench roller, when you do your utilities, small roller, large roller, a lot of people pronounce them in a different way. They're German made, ham, however you want to pronounce it, parts are extremely hard to get, even if it's American. These are German, handbooks, service manuals, German, kind of presents a problem. Tack truck, it's from the probably 70s. Little more research by Sean Anderson, our shop foreman, realized there was 4 of these made. After the 4th one was made, it was realized not a very good piece of equipment. Guess what? We got one of the 4. No tack truck, no paving, because you got to put that tack down before you put asphalt. So that's kind of where we're at there. F550 shop truck replaces one that had a gas burner V10 that had 600,000 miles on it, I think, when we got it, or when we inherited it. Water truck, much the same as the tack truck, not as imperative for, but it would get rid of the last 2 pieces of what we think was the things we inherited. Radius grinder tool, that goes on it's in the sign shop. It takes those edges of the big signs and makes them smooth, takes the jagged edges off. Additional request, capital, again, Sarah talked about milling machine, grinder, backhoe. Again, the trucks and the fleet and where we're at from 6.5 years ago, you can imagine as much as we go, mileage. Oh, by the way, we said we always wanted to stay in warranty. Couldn't help what happened, with COVID and everything else. So we're out of warranty. Talked about the facilities, ground penetrating. All those things are there as your additional request. I'd be glad to answer any questions or further elaborate on something if you need in this setting, or you're welcome as always at any time to come to the office.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Hannum?
Jeff, I want to talk a little bit about the capital request for the salt and calcium facility. So would that be adjacent to the bins that you already have? Or is it going to be in a different location and then you would transfer what you need?
Yes, ma'am, that would move.
Okay.
So when I got there 7 years ago, all of that stuff, the aggregate, everything was on that side where you see the salt and calcium now. I know you've noticed everything else has moved because there's a residential community right in behind that, and I got ate alive the second day I was there for it. So I've got everything moved but that. And so that'll go on the other side in that big graded area where the glass mill is.
Okay. And would you be doing the work, your people be doing the work yourself, or you're contracting out part of it?
The water lines, the storm drainage, the paving and curbing, we will do internally.
And how much extra space, material, would that afford you? Going to the new, warehousing, how much salt now versus how much we'll be able to?
Yep, yes, and I think I said that took us to, I think it was 1,000.
1,000 tons?
Yeah, that 1,000 ton. And it'll take us 35,000 gallons of calcium. And we've really realized the last year or so, we've been dabbling a little bit with calcium and how the snow event's coming, or ice, or how it's not. And it's been hugely beneficial, but we can only cover certain areas. So, but it's a good process.
Thank you, and I want to compliment you too for how you guys handled potential snow events this past winter. You got ahead of the curve and we were in good shape, so thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, we get started on recycling. What we do, and it's a moving target, okay? As you see, most papers and plastic products, hazardous household waste, we have our own container for that. Used oil, antifreeze, which has been huge. We take the used oil and we put it in heaters in the shop that we received 3 different grants on, and it heats the shop. Fluorescent bulbs, oil-based paints and stains. We're even now taking batteries and working with the state on that. And then obviously you've heard about the startup of the glass mill, which is absolutely amazing that it's went past local, state, and it's pretty much nationwide that we get calls. 22-23 accomplishments, Glass Mill Recycle Center, only public agency in Tennessee with the ability to process material on site, recycle for our own use, saving the taxpayers the expense of aggregate. We've added a larger compactor and container to single stream for more capacity. Some things that a lot of people don't see, we're averaging over 400 visits a day, which is absolutely amazing.
Did you say 400 visits a day?
Yeah, it's actually right, about 425, 430. They're lined up, coming up Levi. I try to glance occasionally out of safety to watch on the camera. They'll be 4 and 5 deep on every bay. And now we've added glass to it, and they're circled around. We started out with 1 being on glass. We went to 2 over the holidays, and we're gonna have to add a 3rd one, I guess. It's never realized there was so much glass out there.
Why are we getting a lot of glass, Jeff? Are we getting it from not just Blount County? They coming from every other places too?
No, we've not socialized that, and basically when we've been talking to Knoxville, Loudon, Sevierville, all the surrounding counties, we've basically left a little bit that we're watching license plates. We are trying to, but that's tough. But that's why we've tried to roll this out very slow, because as it continues to grow, I don't know where it's going. And that's a good thing, because, for instance, what we're trying to do at the Eagleton ballpark, if we can produce the tonnage, all the aggregate under drains and sand will come straight from Blount County's glass mill to our ball field. So there's a lot of good stories. There's more than just that would take a long time to tell you about. But I've got to your point, I got to roll it out a little more to meet the tonnage that Gene's going to require for Eagleton. Blackberry has obtained their own container. We told them they just have to get their own container and truck it to us. I'm not in a position, or I don't think we are at this point, for me to come to this body and say, we need a couple of roll-off trucks and containers and start trucking. I don't want to do that yet, but they have their own container and they're bringing it to us. UT's going to start bringing it, Oak Ridge. So what's UT going to generate? You're talking about that whole campus and what glass they generate. We don't know the magnitude of that. And to go along with that, and I guess, we could roll into a little bit before goals and asks. Please keep in mind, since we started the recycling and the glass mill, I got one person that works in recycling and glass mill, and we had to prop that up, and we try to find folks and send them out so he can take lunch, or he has doctor's appointments, he has vacations, he has a life, but we've been propping that up with Highway Department personnel. 23-24 goals, increase glass collection, save the county money on aggregate. Additional person would increase the capacity at the recycle center to meet the increased public recycling needs. And so think about all the things that I've told you that's out there, the hazardous household waste, fluorescent, the oil, the bulbs, the glass, not to mention single stream, cardboard, newspaper. One person. And that's the same thing there. And that basically shows you there at the end of what that number would be, and that's salary and bennies. Gives us the ability for me to tell that man to go take lunch, or the ability of you got to watch folks. They want to get up on the edge of those compactors and for whatever reason. So we have an emergency button in the office if he's there, and there's one on the ground, but you can't be at all these places at one time.
Any questions or? So if on the, when you're running the recycling and glass comes in, how are you getting him, how's he handling both of those things? Is he, I mean, you're on two different sides of the building. How's he getting the glass to the glass mill? Are you all just moving that yourselves, or, I mean, is the highway department people handling, moving all that? And
so our guys, our mechanics that's in the shop, it keeps everything going. We identify the container, both containers are full. Sean or one of his 2 or 3 men will go get on the loader, and they'll get that and take it around to the glass mill. Or you know, he needs a break, you know, I got to give him a break to eat. I got to pull somebody out of the office or maintenance, or, you know, and it's just, it was a test run. And for me to, the first year, the second year, to come ask you guys, but, you know, we've been blessed to kind of see how it goes and prop it up with the highway department, but it's tough to do.
Is there any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Planning and Development Services. You know, we do a lot of things. Obviously, there's a little bit of it listed: land use, development review, transportation planning, future land use, staff support, the Planning Commission, contract services. That a lot of people don't know we do. Louisville, Friendsville, Rockford. And it's a tall order, I'll just be honest with you. I want to be very transparent about that. We want to help everybody. As the mayor said earlier, you know, we all work together. At the end of the day, it's all Blount County. We can hardly keep up with us and the growth. And I send my people to these 3 other areas. So that's something we do. It's kind of unspoken, I guess. Environmental health, septic systems, potable water quality, wells. If some people are still on wells, they need them checked. Stormwater, protection of water quality, urbanized areas, sedimentation, erosion control, grading permits. This is something that we've tried to lean forward in. And I know increased headcount is not, that's tough. You know, we all in the business world, private or government, costs walk on 2 legs. You know, we get that. So with that and trying to be good stewards of money, I came up with, I hope it's not crazy, I think it's working. In stormwater, we have 1 man to cover all of Blount County. Our stormwater outfalls and training and documentation, none of that was up to speed. And I knew it, and we had to do something, but how you gonna do it with 1 man? So the codes department, they're out in the field already, right? I mean, they're inspecting, they're looking at footers, they're, you know, probably 5 inspections per house, sometimes 6, it's according. So we're out there, you got the vehicle. Well, intelligent people, let's try this. Let's make them codes or stormwater inspectors as well. And that's what we did, 2 years ago, last year. And Mr. Jeff Chapman, who is my main man over codes, has embraced it. His people have embraced it. He and all of his people are level 1 certified inspectors. Next month, Mr. Chapman and Mr. Mears will be level 2, which is huge. Level 1's good. That's kind of entry level. Hey, you can look at silt fence, you can look at this. But level 2 is big, which gives us a total of 3 when you add Jeff Hatcher to that. And we've done some things, and you'll see some things in here that we've achieved that would have been achievable without putting this group together like it is. We just didn't have the staff. We are now starting to set up with IT and our GIS man. We're mapping outfalls. We're mapping all kinds of stuff. We've come a long ways, and quite frankly, Valerie with TDEC, she basically put me on notice. You got to get up to speed, and we have. We've met some criteria and certification that wouldn't have happened. Zoning, reviews, enforcement, staff supports to the boards, codes, plan review, inspections, enforcement, code compliance. Once again, all that works together. I know initially 6 years ago when the mayor and I come up with this plan, making this all one thing,
Jeff, I want to say how much I appreciate you agreeing to this. I don't say that enough, but I sure do appreciate you doing it.
Our TOSHA president or chairman, he thought we had lost our mind. He thought I'd lost my mind. And we just felt strongly that if you got a good community, all these things work together. Highway department, development, planning, an engineer, stormwater, that all kind of goes hand in hand, driveways, drain tiles. And so flash forward to now, I can tell you 94 other counties is calling that same TOSHA president and saying, how can we do that? Because theirs ain't working. Highway superintendent goes to planning, BZA. I don't really care what you have to say. You don't know nothing about any of that other stuff. And they admit to it. So it's went from you're crazy to how can we be like you? So anyways, you can really, on your accomplishments, you can talk a long time about this, and it's cyclical, it's ebb and flow, if you will, with the economy. So you can see the total building permits, 487 of which were new dwelling units. Okay, that was the boom, right? So that boom's kind of teetering some. So what happens when that teeters? People draw the horns in, if you will, and they start remodeling and they quit selling. And so your dollars, when you look at things that we do in development, your dollars are going to change to different buckets. You're not going to see as many new home starts. You're going to see remodels and things of that nature, but it still pays. Reported construction value of permits issued in 22 was over 185 million. Building codes completed 3,400 building, 157 stormwater inspections, 22. During that same time, environmental health designed 450 new septic layouts, 275 repairs, 443 final inspections. It processed 100 record requests per month. And that's predicated off of how hot the market was selling. Because when a realtor selling a house, they come to our office to get that permitted layout, and when it was done, and make sure it's in place and where duplication is. So you could say, this goes along with the first comment, even though new houses may slow down, you're always gonna have repairs. That's always gonna be out there. So we stay just as busy, and at times if not busier if it rains all the time. Accomplishments, we've continued shorten lead times for inspections. In some cases, we are now able to accommodate next day requests. That's unheard of across the state. 7 years ago, we was probably what, 2 to 3 weeks out.
Average right now is 2 weeks, isn't it? And that's average across the state, from what I'm hearing from other mayors.
Yeah.
2 weeks out on.
Yeah, we're teetering on next day. That's where we've come. Trust me, 7 years ago, it wasn't fun because people weren't happy, deservedly so. You see, this last year, again, we used the code department, inspect stormwater, erosion control measures. All code inspectors are certified by TDEC. Again, 2 men in the next few weeks will become level 2. This flashes back to getting the approval from TDEC of the new MS4 general permit for our stormwater program. Wouldn't have happened 2 years ago. It would have failed. Successfully completed our first audit of the county's floodplain development program by TEMA since it was established. That'd have been a failure. We wouldn't have passed it. But again, thank you for seeing the GIS, man, for Blount County. It's been huge. Mr. Cameron Buckner, which this is his forte, and the folks with TEMA said he was one of the best that they'd worked with across the state. It's getting us where we need to be. Goals, continue to honor process procedures, including efficiency in all permit review and inspection programs. Every Tuesday, 1 o'clock, we do a development review team to sit down with people. If they think they want to do something, they ain't sure what they're doing, or they just don't understand, period. And we bring them in, that whole staff, and spend time with them. Integration of the new MyGov software, specifically the implementation of its electronic permitting review, online scheduling system, implementing all the process and procedure required for compliance with new stormwater permit from TDEC. Working with a third party on that, and thank you for allowing us to do that. Collaboration with Highway Department will utilize in-house counsel and increase our efficiency, especially in enforcement of violations, interpretation of the codes, and replace and standardize our fleet and inspection vehicles. To go along with that, we share a lot of resources together to not increase costs, operate, I guess, if you will, to merit one out of a silo. Everybody in highway works with development works with highway, recycle, we're all one big team. And that's what we expect. If you're in, it don't matter whatever department you're in, stormwater, and you see a pothole or storm drain ain't working, you best be coming to somebody and telling them it's not working. And of course, along with having Mr. Messer on staff, who's a licensed engineer, the intent was for that just to be for highway, but he's drug in every direction with development, highway, in all the processes. So that's how we work together as one big team, try to be fiscally responsible. Don't waste. We don't want just to want their needs. And I think if we've done anything, and of course I've done a lot of talking, it sounds like it's quacking and talking, but I've always been taught, walk it, don't talk it. And I hope hopefully we've done what you give us and expected us to do, and we told you we would do. I hope you've seen that.
Any questions for? I just want to say one thing, and you didn't really touch on it, but the culture of the county has changed. And one of the things when you're talking about planning and development is people complaining about lots and houses. And I mean, that's become almost, it's amazing. When I first, 13 years ago, no one ever called in about somebody not taking care of their house or something being a safety hazard or something like that. And now that's becoming, I don't know whether it's because people are moving in here from places where that happened, but that's become, is that not become one of your major complaints that you're getting now?
That's what we call a red file. And we got sacks of them, and you know, one other thing, a little segue, thank you, that I'd like to pitch is, with that being said, those things are legal issues. And I promise you, if we had a full-time attorney for the highway and development, and I split those costs, it would be hugely warranted. And our county attorney and all the things, those folks are wonderful, but we have more than daily needs. It seems like at times it's hourly. I know Commissioner Bright and Miss all of you guys you got calls from constituents in areas that are just atrocious, and rightfully so. We just now have all the mechanisms in place, but at the end of the day, when we can't get traction on certified letters and continued visits, it has to go to the attorney's hand. You know, so it's, and then once again, if we get the right to clean it up for X amount of dollars, I don't so much have the people as resources to pull them off the pavement to go clean up a dirty lot. So once again, I'm short-handed. It's a great thing we've got in place, because if we establish a dollar amount and Mr. Garrett and they determine it's ours to clean up, then that, when we do get to it and clean it up, that dollar amount goes on first place of the tax roll. So hopefully we'd recoup our money. We don't always know that, you know, if it gets sold on the courthouse steps. So that's, you know, it's legalities daily is a huge thing in highway development. That's probably an understatement.
Anyone have any other questions for Jeff? Jeff, thank you all for everything you do. And I know it's been in the last 12, 13 years, with the growth and everything that we're seeing, you know, it's changed the whole way we do business and how we serve the citizens, and y'all have done a great job of it. I'm just looking at our last agenda for the county commission on how many bridges you've got. I mean, it's just amazing how many balls y'all are juggling down there, and still being able to keep them from dropping. So you're to be commended for that, and your building down there and the pride y'all take in that it shows the pride we take in Blount County, and I'm proud that you all are a part, that building and everything you all do down there is a part of what we do to serve our citizens. So thank you all very much for everything.
Thank you all.
Anybody, anything? Ron? Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you all.